15.
Welcome and good evening. It is Wednesday, June 3rd. This is the MSAD 51 Board of Directors meeting. We're going to kick off tonight with some recognition of our students who provide some incredible insights to our school board committees. And before I go to the committees, I do want to recognize one student that you don't often or ever see on camera because he is behind the scenes supporting all of the filming that goes on during these board meetings. And I'd like to recognize Ethan Jerzak. Thank you. I think that's the last time I have to run around.
Oh yeah, that's so fair.
And unfortunately, Ethan's a graduating senior. Maybe we'll see you back, but it's been great having you here supporting our board meetings, so thank you. Next, I'm going to move to the curriculum committee, and Annika's chair is going to recognize our students there.
Yeah, so I am delighted this evening to recognize Oakley Kendura and Sarah Wise, who were both members of this year's curriculum committee. And I have a few words that I'll say that I kind of addressed to both, even though I know one is only able to be with us here in the audience tonight. But Oakley and Sarah's participation on this year's curriculum committee was so incredibly important, valuable, and appreciated. Their voices, experiences, advocacy, and input truly made a difference in every step of the strategic planning process, which really dominated our time as a committee this year. And I hope that you both feel very proud of your contributions and really a legacy that's reflected in the plan that the board is voting on tonight. I was so impressed by both of your commitment to your own learning and that of your peers. I was impressed by how you were able to balance your academic loads and drama and sports schedules with your commitment to our meetings. And how professionally you both communicated if conflicts arose, how actively you participated in discussions and offered your opinions. You can tell that when I started writing, it was hard to stop. By your willingness and even enthusiasm to help gather voices for the strategic plan by co-facilitating student focus groups. And one thing that I will definitely miss about not being on the board next year is working with you both on this committee. If you serve on the committee again, as I know you've both expressed interest in doing, and I hope you will, then the next chair will be very lucky to have you. So I wish you both the best as you finish out your junior year. And I'm very excited to see what's next to come for both of you next year and beyond. So Oakley, I will go ahead and present this to you here in person.
And now we will turn to the Equity Committee with Kim Bynus chair presenting.
So I had the joy of working with Caitlin McCarran, and Caitlin stepped in at a weird junction for this committee and filled in for a student who had been on for 2 previous years. So you kind of just had to jump in and figure it out because we were all sort of figuring it out this year. Your passion for this was evident from the beginning. I knew how much you wanted to be on this committee. I knew that it was a big part of why you even wanted to serve on the board in the first place. So we knew that we could turn to you to hear what students were thinking about, talking about, caring about, and that is invaluable for this committee. And I am thrilled that you are not a senior and that I am still going to be on the board next year. So I will still get to work with you another year, and I hope that you do want to return to the Equity Committee because I think you have a great grasp now of what it can be, and we want you back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then we also had a student who served on our playground subcommittee to the facilities committee, And Tim would like to say a few words.
Thanks. I only met Emma a couple of times because most of her work was on our playground subcommittee. But when I had the pleasure of meeting her, the first time was at a facilities walk, and she put on her hard hat, and she had her vest on, and we all did, and no one recognized us as board members, but everyone recognized Emma and her energy and the positivity, and she was interacting with the little kids all the way up to like the bigger kids, and you could tell she was made to be a representative, because I think that she held every stakeholder and every kid, and you could see like every age in her heart. And we're super fortunate to have someone with that mindset on the playground committee, because while we haven't shared that with you right now, you can see Emma's work and reflection in the age groups that were represented there. And so we, as well, we're super fortunate to have someone as just thoughtful and present as Emma is. So Emma, wherever you are, thank you very much. And we hope you continue to engage in the building committee next year and see the playground through.
And Jesse for the policy committee.
All right, so I had the pleasure of having Katie Wallace on the policy committee. You will all know her because you see her on camera here in our board meetings. Yeah, and the policy committee was a heavy lift this year. We have a spreadsheet where we rank all the policies that need review, and there were a bunch that were flagged, important or high. And so I made it my goal to try and get through all of those this year. So we had a lot of policy meetings, more than normal at the beginning. So Katie had to show up to a lot of extra meetings. And I think the best part about having Katie involved is that she was a full participant in every meeting, providing like incredible insights, feedback, student perspectives that were incredibly valuable, because we're all a long way from being students, and being able to sort of speak for the student body, how policies will impact them, what students think. I think in a number of cases, changed the minds of members on the policy committee, or made us be a little bit more thoughtful about how we word things or the impact of those policies. So I know Katie's going to go on to do incredible things just based on all the incredible interactions we got to have with you, and I want to thank you so much for being a member of our policy committee and the incredible work that you did. So.
Thank you. All right, now we get to keep piling on to the love of Katie as part of our school board. So I've had the pleasure of being Katie's board mentor for the past 2 years. And one of the most rewarding experiences I've had as a board member is having student representatives, and the insights that they provide and the perspectives that they add have just been invaluable to us as board members. And Katie has been an incredible representative and a voice for her peers, and has not shied away from challenging topics and just handled herself with so much grace, and has really put us in a better position as a district because of her contributions. And as any of us adults know, it is hard to be sitting up here. And the fact that we have students who sit up here with us every single time is just incredible. But what else I got to experience this week is seeing Katie on the softball field. I stopped by the Yarmouth game this week, and man, if you ever get a chance to see her hit that ball out of the park, it was an experience. And I had been wanting to catch one of those games, and I was so grateful that I could catch a little bit of what I know you have a lot of passion for, and that not only academically you have a bright future, but I can't wait to hear what you continue to do on the softball field as well. So I'm just so grateful to have you as part of our team for the past 2 years. So thank you.
Yeah.
I just have a few things, but this is bittersweet, you guys, but thank you for that. I just want to say thank you to everyone who's made these past 2 years the most educational of my life so far. My experience in curriculum last year and policy this year furthers my interests and has pointed me into the direction that I want to take my future in college and after. So I'm incredibly grateful for that, but not only the connections that I've been lucky enough to form with this community of change makers, board representatives, and everyone who uses their voice, including those in public comment or otherwise. And I get to watch my peers like Caitlin turn into one. I hope this relationship continues to flourish between student and board, and I hope that I've brought something to bridge the gap between student and the people who care so deeply about our experiences as students. I can confidently walk away from this experience having learned what it means to truly commit to a huge project, present it, collaborate to improve it, and defend it, as illustrated by you amazing role models here like Jesse with the turf and Mr. Poulin, Mr. Porter, and Kim and the entire finance committee every budget season. So thank you for showing me what it means to lead and embrace compromise. Thank you.
I believe it's on its way.
We have something.
We do have something for you.
We just don't have
Somebody forgot it. Probably me. It's in the office.
All right. It's a wonderful way to start this meeting, but yes, a little bittersweet. All right, so now we are going to move to the approval of minutes. Can I have a motion to approve the minutes of the May 21st, 2026 meeting as presented?
So moved.
Thank you. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, any questions, corrections? All right, all in favor? All right, and who's abstaining? Tim, and I think,
I actually think I should abstain.
okay, you weren't at that meeting. And I think,
She was IB, but graduated.
oh, right, you're IB.
Me too. I was IB. Good.
Okay, right. Forgot about that.
All right, so there we go. And now we're gonna move into public comment, and I believe there was a sign up sheet, oh, right here. Does everyone get signed up who wanted to speak? Okay, great. So the board welcomes and recognizes the value of public comment, and to ensure public comment is fair and orderly, we follow procedures outlined in our board policy BEDH, and we ask that all members of the public do so as well. We follow this policy to help keep the meeting civil, respectful, and productive. We also help that this allows for all community members who would like to speak to be heard. Public comment is one of the many ways to connect with the board, and while the format of public comment at school board meetings does not provide an opportunity for back and forth, we offer many other options that do. For public comment tonight, I'm going to be using the sign-up list. Residents and staff member are given priority. We ask that speakers use the designated podium when making their comments and speak into the microphone. Comments made by individuals are limited to a maximum of 3 minutes at a meeting, and a clock will be visible on the screen to help keep track of time. After 3 minutes, the timer will go off, and I please ask your comments are wrapped up. When you get to the podium, please state your name and town of residence before beginning your remarks. Lastly, please keep comments respectful and civil. We are neighbors here. Please be kind. And that includes member of the audience. Please do not interrupt or respond to speakers' comments. We also ask that comments are addressed to the chair. Please do not direct comments at or about individuals in our school. Discussion of personnel matters is not permitted during public comment due to privacy, confidentiality, and rights of our employees. Note that I will stop any comment that is contrary to these rules. All right, I think we're gonna get the timer up. And I will ask for our first member of our community to come up. I'm just waiting for the timer. It's Sarah Rose, you're up first.
I may need some leniency on the timing. I did my timing with 12 kids today. So I'm Sarah Rose. I am speaking to you today as a 30-year resident of North Yarmouth and a 24-year child care provider. My second day with children was September 11th. My immediate response was to hold them, love them, and just let them play. I have continued that stance through laughter and tears, births of siblings, deaths of animals, and loved ones. marriages, separations, divorces, cancer diagnosis, treatments, financial stress, and all the many layers of life. Rose Garden offers a classroom of playing and learning opportunities, a full play kitchen, a table of crafts, art supplies, and every type of block you can imagine. Outdoors, there's a 1 acre backyard to explore with a magic tree, trails, climbers to jump from, and a sandbox to dig in. We cherish our barefoot time, spring through fall. My daily work is an early intervention and specially designed instruction. Each and every day, I spend time connecting with the children. For some, connection comes as easy as eye contact, a touch on the shoulder, a gentle hug, and for others, it's holding and rocking. Physical touch is crucial to their development. They need to be held. There are days when I hold one or more of my kiddos for 15 to 20 minutes. When a child struggles with dysregulation, we regulate. It is what they need to feel safe and secure to grow. We follow the main early learning guidelines, main early learning and development standards, including assessments, lesson plans, and portfolios. I refer children to CDS for testing and services throughout the year. We have a consistent routine of work and play. Most importantly, the children trust it and know there will be plenty of time to play. All meals are together around the table. They are long, they are noisy, they are filled with laughter and connection. Children of all ages are guided to open their containers, face the battle of the cheese stick, and to clean up after themselves. Many 3-year-olds are still in diapers, and 4-year-olds need help with wiping. They are scared of automatic toilets, noisy toilets, and toileting alone. They refuse to go to the bathroom often due to these fears. This creates constipation, eating, and gut issues. Handle with care. 3-year-olds are special. 4-year-olds are special. They are similar and they are different. They are absolutely not small 5-year-olds. They get one opportunity to be little, and we must protect it at all costs. While I believe that Rose Garden is a magical place, I could say the exact same for every other child care in Cumberland and North Yarmouth. Hold them, love them, and just let them play. I have attended the state's transition meetings for more than a year, and all but one of the early childhood special education committee meetings. Many people are working very hard to design the very best option. They have my respect, and here's what I know. There are options. Options that meet the mandate, options that support the child, the family, the community, and are financially responsible. Families need child care. Many households in Cumberland and North Yarmouth rely on dual incomes, needing child care from 7:30 to 5:30, 52 weeks of the year, not just the 36 weeks of the school year. Family child care and child care centers have children enrolled who need services. They offer half days, school days, and full days with zero transition and a continuity of care. They are already providing all of the experiences, and let me tell you, without support. They are also holding, feeding, and loving these children and their parents. I'm sure I'm over. There are options. Please explore them. Consider a different approach from our neighboring communities, and just like the choice of our turf field, remember, rangers lead the way. And while you do that, I will continue to hold them, to love them, and to let them play.
Thank you, Sarah. Appreciate it. Shirley, Story King. Thanks.
Shirley Story King, Cumberland. And I want to thank you. I have been serving on the Early Childhood Intervention Committee, and I missed the last meeting, so I wasn't sure what the format was for tonight's presentation, and so I threw together something, thinking the meeting was tomorrow night, so
I know.
I've used up 15 seconds. Good evening.
You're good.
When the district first opened its program, there were 29 child care programs serving Cumberland and North Yarmouth. Today, there are only 9. That is not just a statistic, it represents a significant loss of childcare options for families and a loss of community businesses that have long supported children and parents. Community family child care providers and child care centers cannot survive in a town where children receive all services through the district. At the same time, one district-based opportunity rarely meets the needs of every child and every family. Many families choose not to participate because the schedule is difficult to manage, especially for children receiving special education services. 3- and 4-year-olds often struggle with transitions, and children with IEPs frequently struggle even more. Other families enter the lottery for financial reasons, hoping the program will be a good fit, even when they have concerns. The reality is that community family child care providers and child care centers are already supporting children who need full-time care. They have the infrastructure, the relationships, and the experience. With a rising star rating of 3, the district has the ability to provide services within these community-based models or settings. In addition to my master's degree in education, I am a licensed direct support professional in the state of Maine. Like teachers, DSPs are required to complete ongoing professional development. One of my most recent trainings focused on person-centered planning, including how it relates to IEPs. That training reinforced an important principle. There is a difference between person-centered plans and system-centered plans. IEPs must be built around the needs of the child, not around what best fits the programs or models the district happens to provide. If we do not proceed thoughtfully and reflectively, we risk repeating the same mistakes that led to the failure of the state-run CDS program model. I encourage the district to consider a more flexible approach. Children who need multiple therapies might receive those services on campus. Children requiring less intensive interventions could receive those services within community child care settings. Every child care program in Cumberland and North Yarmouth is within approximately 12 minutes of Mabel I. Wilson. Therapists could easily travel to these locations, spending time where children already feel comfortable and secure. 2 days in North Yarmouth, 2 days in Cumberland, and 1 day on campus for planning, paperwork, and meetings. Let the adults make the transitions, not the children. This approach benefits everyone. It supports families, it strengthens community child care businesses, it provides needed services, and it fulfills the district's mandate. And I've run out of time, so I'll email the rest of it to you. But one thing I did sort of put together is sort of like a 3-year transition plan. So it starts off kind of status quo for next year as we assess what our needs are, and then kind of builds from there. So I'm going to pass that out because I always found that if I was able to look at something on paper, I was able to think more clearly.
Yeah, thank you, Shirley. Appreciate it. And thank you for serving on the committee as well. Tom. Oh, you want this one? No problem. You're good. You're good.
Okay, good evening. I'm Tom McGinnis, and I'm a resident of North Yarmouth. I'm here tonight to comment on the hiring of coaches. I should mention that I'm a member of the boys basketball boosters, but I'm here speaking for myself and not on behalf of the boosters. So as a board member, you're probably familiar with the experience of being at Hannaford or walking in your neighborhood, and someone comes up to you with a series of questions about very specific school-related topics and expects you to know the answers to those questions. That does not stop when you're no longer on the board. This spring, there's been a lot of chatter about how the district hires its coaches. I know boys basketball, boys hockey, and girls soccer have been going through coaching transitions. There may be more, I don't know. And I'll state first and foremost that this is not a complaint about our athletic department. David Shapiro has been responsive to my emails. I also appreciate that he very generously gave up quite a bit of his time to meet with my son and some of his teammates to discuss the basketball coaching transition. I'm here because these questions led me to review policy JJIBA, hiring and evaluation of coaches, and since this is a policy issue, I thought it made sense to bring it to the board. Also, according to the policy, the board delegates the actual hiring of coaches to the superintendent, so I'm addressing this to you too, Jeff. Having reviewed the policy, I found it to be well crafted and answered several of my questions. For example, I had received questions from people who assumed that the district prioritizes Greeley alumni and community residents in its hiring. According to the policy, these things are not prioritized, though, quote, teaching staff, unquote, are prioritized. I did have some unanswered questions, though, regarding the processes used for hiring. The policy states, quote, the superintendent will develop procedures for the hiring process consistent with other positions in the district, unquote. Policies GCF and GCFB on the hiring of professional administrative staff, respectively, do not provide any specificity regarding the composition of hiring committees or how long a position will be open to ensure that we have a competitive pool of applicants. I completely understand that the lack of specificity provides the district with some much needed flexibility to conduct timely searches. This brings me to my main point. You may have noticed that people in this community care very deeply about sports. The drawback to having flexibility is that people who care so much and support our programs feel in the dark about how coaching hires are made. Will there be a hiring committee? How is a hiring committee selected? Are boosters entitled to participate given their support of the program? These are the types of questions that are unanswered by the policy. As you think about next year's policy agenda, I encourage you to consider whether there may be an opportunity to refine the policy and alleviate some of the concerns of our families. If that's not feasible or a priority for the committee, I hope that the district considers best practices for communicating with our student athletes and their families. I think a certain level of transparency is required to maintain trust and to let people know that the district is conducting a fair and thorough search for the best candidate possible. I know I'm over time, but I just wanted to congratulate Scott on your retirement again, and I hope he actually let you get away this time, and wish you all luck on the budget vote next week.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you for your time.
Just that you missed us.
Yes.
I have Kate. Unless you...
Hello, my name is Kate and I'm a Cumberland resident with 2 children currently in the school system. Professionally, I serve as a vice president in human resources for a large organization, and my daily work revolves around solving complex problems that have significant human impact. I wanted to share this perspective with you tonight because when dealing with challenging issues, it's easy to be distracted by the potential consequences that are not known, Sometimes this can obscure the true problem we're trying to solve, and as a result, our recommendation might not be as effective as it could have been. So tonight I want to bring us back to the heart of the issue. Where are 3- and 4-year-olds with an IEP best served in our community so that they can make developmental progress critical for their future success in our school system? We are not solving for future local business disruption. We are not solving for future curriculum concerns or developmental concerns. We are here to truly solve for where 3- and 4-year-olds with IEPs are going to be best served. And I feel that, in my view, the infrastructure and resources at MSAD 51 are uniquely equipped to serve these young students. Having observed MSAD 51 firsthand, I have seen the thoughtful approach in the staff and administration in creating environments that are tailored for children with diverse needs. I am confident that our schools will work diligently to provide 3- and 4-year-olds with an IEP the kind of learning experience that is appropriate for their age and development goals. Children with IEPs need access to stable staff, supportive facilities, and a curriculum that guarantees continuity of care. Families need stability with a place that cannot and will not turn them away. I am concerned that some providers in our community are focused more on their business interests and the potential impacts on your decision to their business. I do believe that their hearts are in the right place. But we're talking about some of the most at-risk children. So when I'm making these statements, it's not talking about the 1 hour of speech therapy or 1 hour of OT a day. I'm talking about the services for children who fully need a different environment. I also think these local providers are overestimating their current families who may not desire a truly inclusive environment. These businesses are not inherently inclusive. They're not trained special ed staff. And this would overall result in a lower quality special education system for our 3 and 4-year-olds with an IEP. I do recognize and don't minimize that there would be downstream effects for business providers, but I am confident that these businesses can and will adapt, and they will continue to serve many children in our area. My message tonight is a simple one. Please let MSAD 51 focus on supporting 3 and 4-year-old children with IEPs directly in their already established environment and ecosystem, and with incredibly qualified and inclusive staff and resources. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jean. And then Jenny.
Wait, Jenny, you want to speak? Right?
Hi. So once again, I just thank you for your service. My name is Gene Kasinkas. I live at 16 Pine Lane in Cumberland. I've been a volunteer on the preschool committee, which was charged with convening additional preschool conversations, such as parent meetings, focus groups, and learning information from other districts and parents. Over the course of multiple meetings, including the extended school board meeting that happened before a committee started meeting, the following facts have been established. Providers haven't been able to service special education students consistently. Jane, Lauren, and Jesse met with families of children eligible and in need of special education services. These their children have been repeatedly turned away by community providers. These are not families who chose not to enroll. They're families whose children were rejected. The parent input that they observed, Jesse, Lauren, and Jane, is a documented and credible data source. The second point is that the providers in our community do not yet meet the standard for special education. The providers' insistence that their programs constitute special education, which they stated multiple times across multiple meetings and was stated tonight, suggests a fundamental misunderstanding of what comprehensive special education legally requires. It's not a refusal to speak in bad faith. It's not bad faith on their part at all. I believe that they have trained staff. They have people who are aware of special education, but the process of comprehensive special education is just not there. There's been some discussion regarding sending speech-language pathologists out to providers and just having speech only. It was just mentioned about having speech only done, but I think it's a false hierarchy. There's no legal or education basis for treating children whose primary identified need is speech-language services as less deserving of comprehensive programming. All IEP-eligible children are entitled to the full range of support specified in their IEP, delivered in an integrated, coordinated manner, which is provided by MSAD 51. One final point regarding the concern that district programming will put community providers out of business. This concern, while understandable, can't be the basis for denying eligible children their federally guaranteed right to appropriate special education. A few points are worth emphasizing. Families still retain full choice. Parents of IEP-eligible children may choose to remain with their community programs, and I have no doubt that they will. There's very high-quality programs, and they're appropriately serving their children. They can stay there. If they do so, they'll have an individual service plan, an ISP, rather than an IEP. District programming does not mandate displacement. Secondly, the district's legal and ethical obligation is to its students, not to the financial sustainability of private providers. They're not equivalent responsibilities. As you hear preschool models discussed later this evening, please keep in mind that any model that does not bring all the special education students into our schools for a half day is a model that's sacrificing the needs of one or more special education students and parents and will ultimately cost the child and the district in terms of longer service times, and ultimately it will cost the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jean. So I think that's it. No, I'm just kidding. I know, right? It's true.
Hi, sorry about how awkward I am.
We all are.
Yeah, I first wanted to say thank you to the district. Thank you to everybody that served on the Preschool Special Education Committee. I think that everybody's heart is in the right place. And I think oftentimes we can achieve the goals that we all want to achieve by all walking away with a little bit less than we wanted, right? And so my hope is, my sincere hope, is that we can find a line down the middle where I can welcome people into my school that are from the district, and that we can create really beautiful partnerships that support families and support educators that are employed by schools like mine. I also want to say that I understand that your obligation is to do what's right for students, and I consider that seriously. I think the part that is unfortunate is the causal effects, right? There will be a domino effect. And you're all absolutely right. We don't know for sure what that looks like, right? We don't have crystal balls. We don't know. But what we can do is tread lightly and make responsible choices that will thoughtfully develop a program that will hold our community as a whole in its view, and not just the school district. And I love to teach, and so it is so hard to hear some of the comments, just because I know that half of my students are on IEPs, half of my students receive services. I know that we do our best, and I would never turn away a student because they had an IEP. I would only turn away a student because I would not be able to keep them safe. And that is the only way that I would ever say, I don't know if I can help you, right? But I do know that the district has those resources and can absolutely keep those children safe. I don't think that whether or not a school let go of a student with an IEP is a direct reflection of whether or not they wanted that student there, right? I want everyone to be able to enjoy what we have at the Willow School. Sometimes, though, I am not able to hire that extra person that will be able to attend to their one-on-one. And that's not a fault of the family, and that's not a fault of the business. It's just this really cruddy system that we were working in, right? But I just want to say thank you to everybody. Everybody was so kind and gracious. And I have all the faith in you that you'll make the right choices. Thanks.
Thank you, Jenny.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Okay, so that will close public comment. Now we're going to move into our presentation section. And the first is an update on Title IX and our athletic program review. Superintendent Porter will be presenting.
All right, good evening. I'm going to be presenting this evening athletic program review with a Title IX focus, and go through some information that has been in the community, and obviously try to provide enough information so that there is a good understanding of what is going on with our Title IX concerns have been brought up. So first of all, I want to start with Title IX. What is it? Title IX of the Education Amendments of 1972, so it goes back quite a few years, prohibits discrimination on the basis of sex in all educational programs and activities that receive federal financial assistance, and we receive federal financial assistance in MSAD 51. That's most school districts in the country. So in the landscape of the K through 12 world, interscholastic athletics are certainly a core part of the district's educational programs, and therefore are subject to Title IX requirements. So why are we doing this review, and why was a review conducted of our athletic programs with a focus on Title IX? So first of all, you've heard comments, and I think all of us feel the same way, is that our Greeley athletic programs are really a source of pride and are an integral part of our community. And people talk about these programs all the time, and they want the very best for them. So when some concerns came up about a year ago, I think it surfaced maybe a little less than a year ago, the district looked at some options and ended up hiring our legal counsel, which is the law firm of Adjournment Woodson, to conduct a review of our athletic programs as a result of questions that were being raised about equity in our programs. The review took several months to get started and be completed. There were 2 attorneys that were involved in this review, and the review concluded after an initial preliminary findings found that some key areas of improvement were needed. And so at that point, in consulting with myself, our legal counsel felt they had enough information to be able to put forward a report with findings and recommendations. The scope of the review was limited just to the high school, so grades 9 through 12. It did not involve a review of grades 6 through 8. That was just a discussion at the beginning with them as to where we needed to start with this review, and so we decided to focus on the high school, which is where most of our athletic programs are. And so legal counsel looked at policies and procedures, the booster handbooks, team rosters, coaches' contracts and stipends, athletic budgets, sports offerings, athletic facilities tour. Both attorneys did a tour of all of our athletic facilities, and then they conducted interviews with the Title IX coordinator, which is Dr. Julie Olson, our athletic director, which is David Shapiro, and then all of the coaches were invited in except for co-ed. It was boys and girls coaches primarily, and that's because the review was really centered on the equity between boys and girls programs. 16 coaches participated, all were invited to participate, and these interviews were held both in person, remotely at different times in order to accommodate a wide variety of coaches' schedules. So one of the things under Title IX is what we call equivalent opportunities and benefits. In practical terms, I'm not going to read this whole thing, but basically it does not require Title IX for athletic purposes, does not require identical benefits, opportunities of treatment among athletic teams, but it does require us to provide equivalent opportunities and benefits to boys and girls overall. It means, for example, you don't need to have the exact same budget for boys and girls teams, or the exact same equipment, or the exact same number of games or practices. That is not required by Title IX. But it does mean that when you're analyzing Title IX compliance is to compare the opportunities provided to girls and boys and the benefits provided to girls teams, and compare it with the benefits provided to boys teams that are corresponding boys teams. So in other words, baseball and softball, basketball, girls and boys, lacrosse, looking at those comparisons. Also under Title IX, there's this component called equitable treatment and benefits. That just means that we have to ensure that there's equitable treatment of boys and girls athletic programs across a range of components, and those components are spelled out. And this is not an exhaustive list, but these are the areas that Drummond and Woodson looked at when they conducted this review. Equipment and supplies, scheduling of games and practice times, travel and per diem allowance, assignment and compensation of coaches, locker rooms, practice and competitive facilities, medical and training facilities. That also means our trainers, publicity, support services, and additional benefits. And in this case, for the purpose of this review, is really centered on booster funding and support. So the review, after several months of looking into this and going through all the interviews and all the materials that were provided in the facility tour, these were the findings. So to start with some positive findings, or I guess positive in the sense that these are findings that we should be proud of. The high school provides a wide breadth of athletic offerings, co-ed offerings, boys offerings, and girls offerings. In fact, there's 29 teams. We have 9 fall teams, 12 winter teams, and 8 spring teams. And there are boys and girls teams for all of these offerings. So there's 29 total. That includes co-ed, boys and girls. And the participation of males and females in athletics when compared to the student body, our high school student body is very close to 50%, both girls and boys. We have 46% of all participants in athletics are girls, and 46% of our girls and 53% of our boys participate in athletics. So, and there's an actual breakdown of this report, which says that the disparity between girls and boys is minimal enough that it was not a concern from the law firm. And then scheduling of teams and programs, we've just want to put a plug in for the artificial turf field. We do have limited fields in our district and access to those fields for the number of teams that we have. And so bringing the artificial turf field in about a year ago now has definitely improved, and that was written into the report, the ability to accommodate more programs, and certainly helped with any equity or some of the equity concerns that were raised. So additional findings, and these were findings that basically need improvement, and these are very specific findings that were found in the report. Scheduling of fields and gyms in some cases has disadvantaged girls' programs at times, and there were specific examples cited in the report. Obviously, I didn't put all of the detail into this presentation, but examples included lacrosse, soccer, and basketball on occasion due to a lack of a centralized system of scheduling fields and gyms in the past. Another finding was that softball access to batting cages, protective screens, and training aids was not comparable in some cases. So the softball, often this is centered at Twin Brook, and we share that facility obviously with the town. We have a lease with the town around that, but this is also just a generalized statement around access to these things. Prep and maintenance of softball and baseball fields at times was found to be inequitable, and again, that's cited in this report. Access to locker rooms, very specific on this one at the Family Ice Center in Falmouth. There's been instances, or I would say a long-standing instance, where the girls' ice hockey team has to bring their equipment down and does not have a locker room that is dedicated for their use when they're at Family Ice. The boys' team does. Part of it is a facilities issue at Family Ice, but part of it is also that we should be rotating the use of a locker room and making it a co-ed locker room for the use for the Greeley team. So that was something that you'll find in the report. Transporting equipment was discrepant between boys and girls. It really, again, the report centered on the ice hockey team and the fact that there was a lack of a dedicated locker room for the girls at that facility. Opportunities, again, a hockey finding was that there was an annual hockey trip, and the report said that the annual hockey trip for boys and girls should be looked at to make sure that there's some sort of a comparable trip that is being taken with both the teams. And finally, there was definitely some discrepancy between the booster programs raising funds. There was a discrepancy that disadvantaged girls' programs when compared to boys' programs when you're looking at the amount of money that was raised by some of the booster programs. So those are the findings that Drummond Woodson found. Recommendations, let's look at some recommendations from this report. The first recommendation from legal counsel was to take steps to ensure that all of our athletic programs have fair and comparable access to fields, facilities, uniforms, equipment, supplies, and other benefits, and to establish clear policies and tracking to prevent disparities between these teams. So one of the things that we have done as a result of this report and this recommendation right away was to make sure that in the proposed FY27 budget, which is before voters next Tuesday, June 9th, it does include additional funds for a variety of different areas that we reviewed and felt that we needed to make sure that we had some more additional funding to upgrade these areas. For example, batting cage at Twin Brook for the softball field. The batting cage has to be taken down each season, and it is not as permanent as the boys' team, and that is something that we are putting into the budget. Into the proposed budget in order to have a more permanent structure and work with the town around that so that is a little more comparable. Some of the uniforms, trying to replace uniforms more quickly and not have a rotation that goes on for years and years, and just to kind of increase that. That was another area that we put into the budget. Recommendation number 2, require that all coaches receive their season budget in advance and establish an oversight to ensure that funds are being used and result in equitable benefits across both boys and girls programs. This is something that was implemented starting in the spring of 2026 to making sure that going forward, coaches receive their budget and not just receive their budget, but make sure that there's sufficient oversight to make sure that those budget funds are being used equitably between boys and girls teams. Recommendation number 3 is to develop and implement a transparent, collaborative process for scheduling practices and facilities use that involves input from all the coaches, monitor the scheduling to ensure that equitable access to prime and preferred practice times and shared spaces. So one of the things that was found through this report was that there was a delegation of scheduling that had been going on for a period of time, maybe a long period of time, where certain coaches were scheduling gyms and fields. That practice is no longer in place. So as of fall of 2025, that was actually the first thing that we made a change. This report was not even completed. This review was not completed, but that was something that they picked up on right away, and we were able to make that change early when it was brought to our attention. So starting in the fall of 2025, we now have all of our scheduling is done collaboratively and collectively with all the coaches in that season who sit with the athletic director and do the scheduling together so that all the teams, boys, girls, and co-ed, is represented at the table, and there's not a delegation of scheduling occurring for facilities. Recommendation number 4, ensure that girls' teams have access to locker rooms, practice areas, and other facilities comparable to those provided to boys' teams. Address logistical disparities, such as the need for student athletes to transport equipment, improve safety, and overall experience. Again, very specific in here. One change that we are making after this came to light about the Family Ice Center is that the girls and boys hockey teams will be rotating the use of a locker room. We share the Family Ice Center obviously with other teams, including Falmouth, which they have priority over certain locker spaces and other areas at Family Ice. So we do not have access to 2 locker rooms most of the time when our teams are there and there's an overlap. So we have to do our part, and our part for our district is to use the 1 locker room and rotate it between the girls and the boys so that one team is not advantaged. And it is a deficiency in terms of the amount of space that we have available because we're sharing somebody else's facility, but that means that we also have our job to do, and that our job is to rotate. the teams using that locker room when we have that availability. Recommendation number 5, establish clear guidelines and administrative oversight for booster activities and fundraising to ensure transparency, consistency, and compliance with Title IX. Educate boosters and staff about the permissible support and monitor distribution of benefits to prevent inequities amongst the teams. And the recommendation asks that the board consider creating an all-sports booster organization to centralize fundraising and support. So one of the things that's not directly related to the second one, but the first part of this recommendation, is that starting in this school year, again, when we have this recommendation come forward, the athletic director has started meeting with all boosters twice annually to ensure that the equitable use of funds is occurring. And he reported that all the teams were represented this year. So next steps. Work is underway in response to the findings and recommendations outlined in this report. I've given you some examples in the blue ink in this presentation of things that we have already started working on and I can report tonight. However, there will be a follow-up presentation on October 1st, 2026, this fall, which will include more detailed information and additional information than the blue ink I gave you about the upgrades that are being worked on. The athletic director will be here to present those improvements and upgrades on October 1st for the board. So that's my report tonight. And again, this was in response to concerns that have come up in the community over the past year, and we decided that it was important enough to get some external help on that and to review everything and find out what is being said, if it, what is true and what is maybe a perception. So hopefully this report gives you enough information to be able to look at it and to guide our work going forward.
Last question.
Go ahead.
So Jeff, because this report focused on the high school, what's our process to figure out if there are things that we missed? Because I know, once we saw there was enough there, we started taking action, right? But there may be additional inequities at the middle school. What's the process if the people at home want to know, if they have concerns? How should they contact the board or the school or flag additional things that haven't come up and aren't being worked on? Because I'm sure we would like to, if there are Title IX concerns that we don't know about or just concerns in general, I'm sure we would like to weigh in on them. So how should people flag those for us?
Well, they should bring those concerns, they can bring them to the attention of the board, but it really should be the administration. So if there's a concern that, or a question mark about is something inequitable, or somebody sees something, observes it, or they think it might be, they should bring it to my attention, the athletic director, the Title IX coordinator, Jolie Olson for the district, any of these folks. It could be the school principal. All administrators are obligated to process a concern or complaint and make sure that we are properly looking into it.
Can I ask you a tough follow-up?
Sure.
So I've heard from some folks in the community that a lot of folks maybe are shy about bringing things up for fear that will impact their students. Their student maybe will all of a sudden not play a game, or they're afraid of retaliation potentially, or that is a perception they have that there may be retaliation. Would it be appropriate in those circumstances for them to reach out to the board chair or someone other than administration to flag an issue so that it isn't tracked back to a specific student if they have that concern, whether it is real or not?
So anybody can reach out to the board chair. That's certainly where somebody can place a complaint. The complaint does get processed by administration, though.
Right.
So we're the one that would process a complaint, see if it's a Title IX complaint that needs to be investigated. And at that point, we have retaliation policies as well, that somebody that reaches out, files a complaint, there is a no retaliation policy that you cannot be retaliated against. The other person I would recommend if reaching out to is our Title IX coordinator. The Title IX coordinator coordinates all Title IX issues for the school district. And the information is on our website, and she can be her contact information is on the website.
That's great information for people. Thank you.
Yes.
So, from a budget perspective, can you remind us all why extra money was needed as opposed to simply using what we had more equitably? Because I know that has come up. Why do we need to spend more money? And especially seeing the contrast with the Family Ice facility where we're not able to just spend more money to rent another locker room, right? So we're making do with what we have. Can you just kind of remind us all why there is more money involved?
Well, some of it is equipment that we truly need to just buy. We need to purchase. Some of it is replacement equipment. Some of it is just different equipment so that it's more comparable and equitable. There's transportation funds that are in the budget so that we can increase. Part of the problem, and I will just say it, and Scott can echo this, but is that we can't find drivers for athletic runs a lot. And that is something I did, receive some questions in the last 2 weeks about specifically middle school athletic transportation down to Twin Brook. And why we can't provide that more consistently. We have put more money in the budget for transportation. It doesn't mean that we can always find drivers. We're always working on trying to find bus drivers. But that's another area.
We're also training drivers, so we have our own training program and drivers are offered employment after they continue, finish the training program. But yeah, it's continually trying to rotate drivers through and get that information. The other thing on the money, Jeff, is that we certainly had shortfalls in an area that we just weren't funding, that we needed to place funding in. So it wasn't just shifting funds around to try and make things look equitable. We certainly had shortfalls in an area that we needed to put more funds into.
Thank you.
Kim, I have a question for you, but this, I apologize for kind of like the throw at you rather than Jeff, but I'm curious from the equity committee lens where this falls on the plan. And even though I was in part developing that plan, I don't really remember exactly where this might fall.
It's a good question.
Yeah.
So
Is this is there something around this and lens where the equity committee can help support some of these processes? Is that already in place? I'd love to kind of know if there is part of a plan for that.
That's a great question. Yeah, thank you for asking that. If you recall, there's 4 buckets, for lack of a better phrase, and one of them is district culture. Mm-hmm. So first of all, there's legal issues, which anytime that there is a legality issue, especially for Title IX, it violates the plan by definition. Mm-hmm. But in terms of how our students experience school outside of the classroom, the activities that are available to them, they're meant to be equitable in several ways. One is that everybody has an opportunity to have outside of classroom experiences, extracurriculars, if you want to call it, that are designed to enhance things that they're passionate about, that they're interested in. There's also meant to be experiences that bring people together who might not normally be together because they maybe don't have shared experiences, and then activities for students who maybe by identity-wise can find their people, right? So athletics falls in that category in the sense that every team should provide an equal experience for all students. It is not specified that boys and girls teams have to be equitable because legally they have to. So it wasn't an action step that needed to be in the plan. But that's a great question, and I think that it's something that just is always got to be on everybody's mind. Equity covers lots of different areas, so yeah. Thank you.
I think it'd be interesting to see just where, because it's not a requirement necessarily that everyone gets the exact same thing. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Where does it follow? If our definition of equity in this standpoint, what does it look like from an athletic department?
Yeah.
And hear the recommendations from the equity committee. I know that work probably looks very different next year, but I think that input could be powerful for Jeff's recommendations, whatever we do in October over this period of time.
I think that's a great point. Yeah. Thank you.
I'm not sure those are the same concepts. I think Title IX
is different from the equity issues that we're talking about in the equity plan. That's just my take on it. They're related, but I don't think we can define equity and go to court and say, well, our plan says this is equity, so we meet Title IX.
I mean, obviously I think Title IX has some legal standards we have to hit, right? But I think that also that feel and culture of what equity looks like from an athletic department, what the kids feel, the trust. We have issues with what Jesse said about the retaliation, how that brings up. Like, I think there's that cultural aspect from the equity plan to make sure that we are doing things to educate, to make sure that we're doing things to make students feel like they belong, whatever gender that you are at this point. I think that's what I mean in terms of, yes, we have a legal response to the Title IX stuff, but where does that go beyond in terms of some of the healing and the practice within the school that goes with that? And I think that could be part of a plan. Yes, we have to hit certain things from a legality standpoint from Title IX's plan, but what's our general
It could be the
plan?
types of sports that we consider.
Yeah.
I could see that would
Yeah.
be how it might fall under that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I could see that.
One thing that comes to mind, working in a space where it's heavily regulated and there's continual audits on a regular basis. I don't feel like, from what I remember conversations around this, there is a statute or a standard for audits of Title IX throughout schools in general. And I didn't know if we should implement that, or is that something that we've thought about to alleviate these problems before they happen, instead of reacting to them when they happen.
I think, are you asking, Sean, if we should be just doing a continuous audit of all of our programs? I'm not sure that, I don't want to cut you off, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think the continual is more as on a regular basis. Maybe it's 5 or even 7 years, but something that's a little bit more involved than just standard monitoring.
Yeah, I think it's not a bad idea. In fact, like our ESSA programs have to be monitored, our NCLB, formerly NCLB programs all have to be monitored every few years. We have to account for those programs. Our IB program has to be monitored. We have to get accreditation for our high school every 5 years. There's a lot of things that are on a regular 5-year cycle in our district. It could be that the board chooses to ask that this be done every 5 years or whatever number of years. That's certainly your purview to do. There's no requirement under the law to do that, but I don't think it's a bad practice. I think it's a good practice.
Yeah, we have
You know,
a
an
high
opportunity
level of attention on this right now, that we need to be continuously monitoring until we feel that it's, hopefully I can use the word resolved, but to your point, then every X years we open it back up and take a look. I think that would be, I don't know if there's a place, like a policy that fits.
You can write one. Yeah.
Because I think there's a lack of education in community, and I can't speak for the administration at all, but I feel like as a community member and a board member, there's a lack of education on Title IX in general and what it really means. And there's certain things like about the boosters that I was like, oh, so.
That was very eye-opening, and I sit on the athletic advisory, Caitlin and I do, and it was added to the manual. I know it was shared at a meeting this spring with all the leads of the booster organizations, because I don't think it was an area that people were really thinking about would necessarily be covered by it. But it is, and it needs that same attention and oversight. The recommendation, I guess I can say this recommendation from legal is that we might consider creating an all sports booster organization. I mean, that would talk about like a culture shift, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and just to be clear, because I think this is maybe a lot of people would head scratch this, that the Title IX concern is that if you have booster clubs who are incredibly successful at raising money, if it's all boys booster clubs, that creates an inequity, and then the school has to do something about that. So in some ways, there's like a negative effect for just being a successful booster club if we don't somehow make that up for women's sports. And I think there may be a view in the community that that money stays with the team that raised it, but it does create a problem that the school then needs to make up for somehow or spread that money around. And I was not aware of that until this year either. And so, yeah, I think we now have a policy that boosters need to give us, keep track and so that we can monitor that, because that does create a potential Title IX issue. But
Right, no, obviously, it doesn't, like Title IX says, it doesn't have to be exact, doesn't have to be identical or anything like that, but the overall experience has to be, there has to be some comparability between boys and girls teams. If there is a corresponding girls team with a boys team, you're looking at both in that respect. I think one of the complicating things about funding is that we have to also look at our district budget, and that's one of the reasons that we are adding money into the budget. When you couple that with the boosters, what they raise, and then you look at the district budget and you marry the two together, and here's one example that everybody knows about and talks about, just ice time. So we've had to continuously increase the amount of money we put into the budget for ice time to support both boys and girls ice hockey, because it is so expensive, and the boosters obviously can't raise that money. So you have, as a board, over the last 2-3 budget cycles, increased money, and when there's money again, I believe there's money, Scott, remind me, I think that's one of the things that we added in the additions that we made for Title IX, was to make sure that we are providing comparable ice time for girls and boys teams at Family Ice. So those are all, that also is a complication. When you look at the football program, for example, we only have one football program. So the boosters raise the money for that, but that's a very expensive program just by itself. And the boosters raise a tremendous amount of money to support that program. But over the years, and since I've been here, and Scott's been an integral part of this, we've been working on making sure that coaches, not just football now, I'm talking about all programs, that assistant coaches are brought into the district budget, and they're not just a booster. The boosters aren't paying the assistant coaches. And when I got here, I would say a majority of the assistant coaches and a majority of our sports programs were being paid through boosters. And we have really changed that over the years to bring that into the district budget, and not, because that creates inequity when we start doing stuff like that, or we keep doing that.
Coaches, and then started moving the assistant coaches, right, to ensure that everything was
like first teams and co-ed teams like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and the other thing that we've also seen is that we have an incredible amount of sports participation, which is awesome. I mean, as far as we know the outcomes of kids having access to these opportunities, and as the numbers I think have increased in our student numbers, athletic participation has also increased. But the other tie with the coaches and boosters is one of the things that boosters can't be paying for a bunch of specialists to be coming in and working with their athletes, and that not be a similar offering. So yeah, part of this is trying to even out those opportunities as well.
Like conditioning and all
Yes.
that. Yeah. That's another component of it. And I think and I think we have incredible booster programs here. I think we have amazingly dedicated parents and community members who support our programs. And this is in no way saying no thank you. It's like thank you and thank you and thank you. It's just that it's our responsibility in the district to make sure that it's equitable, what's raised, and that the funds are raised and that they're applied equitably. And that is our responsibility to do that under the law.
Can I just say that, and this sounds like buttering up or whatever, we all take this super seriously, but I really appreciate and feel, Jeff, how seriously you take this, Leanne, how seriously you've taken this. And I mean, like, it seems kind of obvious, but like the energy towards it is very strong, and it's not like a toxic or combative thing. It's an information gathering thing, and put real actions towards it. And I feel that really deeply from both of you. So I'm very grateful to have your leadership on this, both of you. I feel confident in what we'll get to from a resolution. So appreciate you.
Thank you, Tim.
This presentation will be posted on our website. We'll do it by the end of the week. I'm not exactly sure where we're going to post it, but it might be under district information on that page, but it will be posted on our website so that anybody can go and review this presentation.
As I open my results, I'm waiting for that one. All right, so the next portion of our presentations is we're going to move into a discussion around the early childhood special education plan. And before we start this section, I also want to thank Sarah Rose, as she shared earlier in her public comment. She is a provider in our community, and we have a conflict of interest policy that does not allow her to participate in the discussions or deliberations on this topic. And she has asked if she can join in the audience, and thank you for doing so. And as we move into this topic, I also just want to express my gratitude for the incredible members of our community representing a variety of viewpoints that have brought to us as a board into consideration as we take on the topic of how to best support our youngest kiddos in our community who need that support. And thank you to Lauren, who's chaired, and Jesse, who's supported the work of this committee as we endeavor on getting a better understanding of how we are going to move forward as a district. So thank you. And I'll hand it over.
All right. I think, can you hear me? Our public comments tonight were a good preview of what's to come. And so tonight, what I am proposing to do is give you some background about some of the core concepts that are involved here in this new responsibility, not assuming that everybody understands what FAPE means in least restrictive environment, all these things. So I will do my best to explain what that is, and please give me some grace with that. I'm going to try to, I'm not an expert, but I will explain what I understand of all these things. And then I will turn it over to Jesse, who will explain what the committee has been up to in terms of the information that we gathered. And then I'll explain the deliberation process that we had as a committee and tell you where we landed. Starting in the 27-28 school year, our district is responsible for child find and providing FAPE for all eligible 3 to 5-year-olds. So what is child find? That is a requirement that the district identify, locate, and evaluate all children who need special ed services within its borders. And what is FAPE? FAPE stands for Free Appropriate Public Education. So free, meaning the special education and related services are provided at no cost to the parents. Appropriate, meaning that special education meets state standards, is designed appropriately and delivered in the least restrictive environment. Public, the education is provided under public supervision and direction, which means the district must provide the special education and related services at the district or at another program that meets certain standards, and education. So in conformity with an individualized education plan, also known as an IEP, which you've heard a lot. Kind of putting it all together, FAPE is delivered for children with disabilities when the district ensures that access to the general education instructional environment provides services in the least restrictive environment and implements an individualized education program for a child that meets federal and state standards. FAPE in the context of 3-year-olds means generalized, a minimum of generalized education of 6 hours per week, and FAPE for 4-year-olds is a minimum of 10 hours of general instruction per week. So a couple of the concepts that were embedded in there, like least restrictive environment. What is that? For 3 to 5 year olds, this means generally that the child spends most of their time in the learning environment in a learning environment that is at least composed of 50% of children without disabilities. So that's what least restrictive environment means here. An IEP, the individualized education plan, is typically created by a team that includes parents, teachers, school administrators, and other professionals, and it outlines a child's specific learning needs, developmental goals, and the special education services that the public school will be responsible for. The plan is reviewed annually for compliance and monitoring. The IEP is supposed to be tailored to meet the student's individual needs. And from what I understand, for 3 and 4 year olds, IEPs tend to be focused on school readiness and foundational development. So what are some of the examples of disabilities that we're talking about here? They may be things like speech or language impairment, autism, developmental delay, hearing impairment, orthopedic impairment, visual impairment, and emotional disability. That's not an exclusive list. That's just some examples. And to also give you some examples of some of what a program of special education and the services are. That might be specialized instruction, which might be something like behavior and self-regulation and communication skill building. Related services, which might be something like speech, occupational, or physical therapy, and accommodations, modifications, or other supports. And that could be something like assistive technology for hearing, wiggle cushions, and frequent sensory breaks throughout the day. So that's just a little background I hope was helpful to what we're talking about tonight. So I'm going to pass it off to Jesse to explain what we did.
Yeah, so I'm going to talk about our committee work. So the creation of the board committee, our charge. So the charge of the work group is to convene additional conversations such as parent meetings or focus groups, learn from other districts that are further along in implementation, support coordination with community providers, and bring forward recommendations to the board. This structure is intended to allow focused, collaborative work while ensuring the board remains informed and engaged through regular updates. So that was our charge, and I hope we met it, and I will tell you about some of the work we did and who was on the committee. So Corey Muncie, MIW principal and member of the MSAD 51 leadership team. Lisa Hart, instructional strategist at MIW. Zoe Caldwell, MSAD 51 pre-K teacher. We had 2 parents, Jane Wilson and Emily Longacre. Jean Kasinkas, who you heard from, a community member and a former special education director in Falmouth. Tara Williams was part of our committee prior to our deliberations in our information gathering phase. She's also a community member, but also the Associate Director of Early Childcare and Education at DHHS, so she was a wealth of information. But she recused herself for deliberation due to potential conflicts from her job in the deliberation process. Shirley Story King, community member, retired teacher, parent of a child with special needs, brought a wealth of knowledge to our committee. Jenny Eastman and Danielle Hunt were representatives of 2 different providers within our community, and then Lauren and myself as board members, and also members of the community as well. So some of the information gathered by the committee, and I sent an email to everybody with hyperlinks basically to all of this stuff. So if anything I talk about you're interested in and you already have an email that has a hyperlink to everything that we've collected of note. There are a few other things I didn't send you in hyperlinks, but they're all in the Google Drive if you want to poke around. But all the important things I'm mentioning, you have access to. I can send that email around again if you want to dig into any of this stuff. So first, we built off the work that the prior district committee had done. Jean Kasinkas reached out to a number of neighboring communities, 9 other districts, Cape Elizabeth, Falmouth, Yarmouth, Wyndham, Gorham, Brunswick, Bonnie Eagle, Westbrook, and Sanford, and interviewed folks within those communities, collected information, and put together a spreadsheet. Of those 9 sort of neighboring comparative districts, 4 of those are doing some sort of partnering with providers in their community. That's Gorham, Wyndham, Sanford, and Brunswick. And 5 are non-partnering. That's Cape, Falmouth, Yarmouth, Bonny Eagle, and Westbrook. In terms of half days, 2 of those districts are implemented a pre-K half-day program, and 6, potentially 7, I believe it is 7, are doing full days. We weren't sure about Cape, but I believe Cape through Cape Care does pre-K from 8:30 to 2:30, so I'd count that as a full day. So most are doing full days. Additional information collected from neighboring communities, whether they're partnering, how many students they serve, whether they have an early childhood special education / pre-K coordinator, lessons learned about their partnering experience, impacts on students and providers, and that's all in an Excel spreadsheet that you can feel free to go through and ask us questions about. We also conducted a broad survey. There was a survey conducted by the prior working group at the district level, but Tara Williams helped put together a survey of Cumberland, North Yarmouth parents of young children regarding their sort of more broad childcare needs, so not specific to early childhood special education, but just more a broad view of community needs. And that was shared by the district. It was shared by MIW. It was posted at the library. It was shared with local preschool providers. It was shared in both Cumberland and North Yarmouth newsletters. So we cast a wide net and tried to get as many parents as possible to weigh in. Asked questions about family demographics and childcare needs. And some of what came out of that, about 88% of respondents had all parents working, and about 80% of respondents said full day or school day care would work best for them. There was a consensus that there were limited openings and there were wait lists and incompatible hours, and those were 2 of the biggest barriers to childcare access for families, and 67% of respondents said they did not think our community had adequate access to early childhood care and education for birth to 5, which is notable. We conducted one focus group, and the focus group we conducted was with district parents of young children with IEPs. And this was because this is a vulnerable population of parents who maybe do not want to talk about their children who have special needs and maybe who have had difficult experiences in public, or they may not want to share that on a survey. So we were able to have a focus group and have a really in-depth conversation with these parents to understand their experiences and their needs. And some themes that came out of that was the need for an inclusive environment, no matter what we do. Some unease with placement in private providers, often from parents with children with high needs who couldn't thrive in those environments. Need for highly trained and qualified staff. Being on campus had been a real advantage for those children, often with high needs. There were differing views and experiences with half-day versus full-day care. Some a full day was a better fit, and some half-day was all their kid could reasonably handle. Coordinating care for the second half of the day is really challenging for some families that are in our current half-day program. And we heard from a number of parents who pay for full-day care because in order to have care in the afternoon, they have to pay for a full day of care, so their kid has somewhere to go, even if they're utilizing the half-day program in the morning at MSAD 51. Some families were happy to receive whatever seat they can get. They just need something. And that came through, that there's just a need for anything. So whatever we do will be a benefit. And then we met with the MSAD 51 pre-K team to learn more about the current program. And we met with the early childhood special ed team and pre-K teachers, Vicki Riley, developmental specialist, Jane Kilbray-Dupois, and Taryn Prince, speech and language, Courtney Roach, occupational therapist, Jared Constable, physical therapist, Deb Wentworth, special education teacher, and Zoe Caldwell, pre-K teacher. And some of what came out of that meeting, we just learned what a typical day is like in the pre-K program. There's always a regular ed tech and special ed tech in the room. They have a play-based, literacy-based program. They've worked with kids who were dismissed from private programs who have pretty high needs, who couldn't thrive in those environments. And another thing that came out is that they also offer MTSS, like is offered throughout the rest of the school, for things like fine motor, gross motor, academic, and social emotional learning skills, and that's offered across the board, so even typically developing kids who don't have an IEP but maybe have some extra needs that don't rise to that level get MTSS support, just like across the rest of our schools. So that's some of the information we gathered. We also looked at a lot of background reading articles, state laws, presentations. There's a ton of cohort videos from the people who've gone before us, YouTube videos that I watched and no one else did. So we tried to educate ourselves as best we could and get as much information and as many viewpoints before we started our deliberation process. And Lauren will tell you what that looked like.
Right, and I also just want to mention that the composition of the committee had a bunch of experts on it too. So we were bringing in folks who just were so helpful and brought a wealth of knowledge to the group. So after we gathered all of that information, we entered into our discussion phase, which lasted 3 meetings. One of those meetings was in person, and 2 of them happened to be on Google Meet, which was not ideal, but it just was a scheduling type thing. So that's how it happened. Our goal was consensus. We were hoping that we'd have a consensus on the type of model that we'd be bringing to you all today with a recommendation. And if we couldn't agree on a model, maybe on a couple features. So we focused on, by age group, 3s. You know, what's the ideal location for 3s? What's the ideal program duration? And then the same thing for 4s. We didn't really get there as a group for consensus, but I would say there was some gathering of steam around half days for 3s based on their development where they are and their need for naps and just being developmentally very different from 4-year-olds. And I think there was certainly not a consensus, but maybe a recognition that a public option did need to exist for all kids because some of the children here for 3s and 4s are not going to be a fit for a private program. There's just some kids with really high needs that will end up needing to be served by the district. So that, and I think if I had to do the math, I'd say among this group, another maybe area where there was some gathering of steam was maybe more support in this group for a mixed model for the delivery of FAPE for 4s, but not a consensus. So we talked, had some really great productive conversation in these meetings about what would work. And after our second meeting, we asked the committee members to all submit a proposal to see, to do that kind of just send it to me and Jesse. I didn't want all the other committee members to see each other's ideas. And I was hoping that, there'd be a lot of the same, and there was not. I have that in the drive, so you can read all of them. Really fantastic creative ideas, but not the same ones. So when that was pretty obvious, Jesse made the smart idea for our last meeting to, rather than really try to hammer it out and get everybody to come to a consensus after that point, is to just gather around and go again through the 3s, 4s, hours, location, and have everybody make their best argument for each point, so that everybody could be heard. Maybe we change some minds, and that you and I could bring that to the board here, so that we all would have the best information from this really smart group to make a good decision here. So, spoiler alert, we don't have one recommendation. We don't even have 2 recommendations. So what I can tell you is that my opinion is that what I gathered from this is there's no one right way to do this. There's a lot of good ways to do this, but we're going to have to pick, a way, and there are trade-offs, as you heard tonight, with each of the models, and that's really, we composed a diverse board that wasn't going to be able to, come to consensus on those trade-offs. But I think it was really important to have that board composed that way so you could hear the very best arguments about those trade-offs. I think you heard them tonight. After hearing everything, I thought it might be helpful, rather than to just data dump on all of you, is to try to organize a couple models that I thought were representative of the perspectives of a couple different stakeholders, to kind of give you a sense of where each group was coming from, although that was also kind of obvious tonight through public comment. So what I have for the board and everybody else in the audience too is a handout here of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ideas. And this is my opinion based on what I heard, and I'm hopefully roping Jesse into this too, yes. But you can blame me. Okay. And so I have grouped here for you, what I think our committee members who come from a special education background thought was the best model. And what ours from the community school providers thought, and what those from the MIW staff thought, what our families in our community thought, and what is in alignment with the state's goal of universal pre-K. Let me tell you a little bit about why it's structured this way, if that would be helpful. So our folks on our committee who, were either in the special education field or had experience as parents with children with IEPs, felt very strongly that the model should be delivered at the school exclusively. And it should be structured to serve as many kids as we can. And they thought that could be done best through a half-day program. And that was in part built on the fact that we have that program right now and it works. We have a 70% IEP dismissal rate in our existing pre-K program.
Sorry, what does that mean?
So for the children who are coming into our pre-K programs with IEPs, 70% of them by, I don't know what grade, or don't have IEPs anymore.
Okay.
Sorry. Yeah, no, it is a confusing idea.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Okay, so they've gotten services early enough that they age out of needing
That's
services.
Right.
Okay.
They don't age out. They, yeah.
They've had enough
They have a
progress.
speech issue.
Right.
They've resolved that speech issue. For example.
Great. Okay.
Yep. So they also pointed to the very highly trained staff that we have here on site who are highly accessible to the students. They're right here. There's a high quality curriculum. We have, with a half-day program and the possibility of having 5 dedicated classrooms in the small school, is what we talked about, although I understand there's some flexibility there. We have the ability to serve 160 pre-K students. And just to give you some context, historically, I think between 3 and 4-year-olds, there's been about 60 to 70 students with IEPs. And so with the least restrictive environment, this 50-50, we're talking about needing maybe 140 or so seats, if that's to kind of think about. It could change, right? These numbers, more kids could be identified with the district taking on child find and things, so it's in flux. But I think you heard Jean say earlier, another thought here was that every kid with an IEP deserves access to this high quality program. And there were concerns about equity if some children with IEPs were getting their services elsewhere. And that there was also a worry that children with IEPs might be dismissed later from private programs if it's later found to be not a fit, and that these children would have to experience multiple transitions, which is not great. So those were the multiple transitions, meaning they were in one program and now they got to go to another program and learn new caregivers and all that, teachers. So those were the arguments made from that group about this model. From our community provider members, what they thought was best was for the district to partner with qualified providers for 4s and for the qualified providers to serve most of the 3s, and to offer a mix of half-day and full-day options, and to incorporate parent choice into the placement of the children. And what I understood here was that what was important here is that one program does not work well for every kid, and that we should really have options that meet the varying needs of our kids. Also, some of our children are already in our community programs with established relationships with trusted teachers and caregivers, and that maintaining these relationships are important for healthy development and early learning. Our community providers can provide full-day programs, which our community wants, and which reduces the amount of transitions that some kids need to make throughout the day. Partnering spreads the benefits of our highly skilled special education team throughout the community. What we heard about that was that our typically developing children in our MSAD 51 program were also benefiting from seeing these services delivered, because one, it was all normalized that children were receiving extra services, and that was a great social learning experience, but also these skills were also being given to them as well to see these things developed. So why limit that benefit to just the classrooms of the small school? And then, as you heard, the reality of how this will impact their businesses. 3s and 4s with IEPs make up about 25 to 45% of the children in some of our community programs. So that's some of the considerations for that model. For our MSAD 51 staff, they thought that a half day with 3s and 4s on site with a combination of various age classrooms made sense. And it was a lot of a similar rationale as what our special education members said. We have this great program that works. We have space in our small building to do this. Our resources are here and easily accessible. We can serve the children we need to with a half-day model. And then we have this MTSS lens to offer not only the supports for our children with IEPs, but also our typically developing peers who may need some extra support. There was some disagreement among the staff about 3-year-olds, some recognition that, yeah, they are a little different. Maybe the school might not be the right fit for them, so that was not universal among the staff. So that's where that's coming from. Our Cumberland and North Yarmouth families, where this is all coming from is that survey that Jesse was referring to. And what we gathered from that is that families need more care. They need access to full day care in our community, and they wanted that for threes as well. They're just looking for more care, and they don't think there's enough care available in our district. So a universal full day pre-K and some way to offer full day for threes would probably be what our families in our community would be asking for. And then for a universal full day pre-K, which our state has said is what we really should be working toward as a district, all districts, the way to deliver that in our district is to partner with qualified community providers, because we don't have all the space and resources within our school to do that. So that would mean a partnering model, and that's something that we could slowly implement over time. That's not something we necessarily, if we're interested in that, have to bite all at once. That may be something that we just slowly start partnering with. And as we learn and get successful with it, keep adding until we meet a universal pre-K model. And then threes was just kind of a question mark. I don't know. There's not really any guidance about threes, other than we have to take care of the FAPE for threes. Also, I just want to say, for threes, our community, the communities we looked at for ideas and things, nobody's really serving threes yet. So we're all in the dark about the best way to do that. So that's, I hope you weren't expecting an answer. We have a whole lot of information. Jesse and I heard so much, and there's so much in the drive, and I expect you all have a lot of good questions, so bring it.
It was an incredible amount of information that your committee, both individual members and collectively, put together to share for this process. And making it right, as you laid out, I mean, there's so many different options and opportunities, and not a great model that we can point to yet, because a lot of districts aren't serving 3-year-olds. And so some of this we have to, obviously we've put forward good effort to learning what we should be recommending. But I did want to, so today is discussion and deliberation. I'm sure there's going to be questions that come out of this that are not answerable like in this moment in time, but I just thought it would be helpful just to talk a little bit about what we as a board need to be voting on in 2 weeks, and like how much detail is important for the administration to feel like they have the direction they need to be able to carry this out, because there's certainly cost implications that are not going to be completely known. I think we have an understanding directionally, but how much detail do we need in our recommendation, whatever the item for action is in 2 weeks, for the district to feel like they know what the board is looking for? I know we talked about this briefly, but I think it would be helpful to talk about that as a board, because it'll help us understand like how deep we need to go into some of these areas that we have questions on, versus like an overall approach that you need sort of the board to validate that you should be going forth with.
Yeah, I think that's a great question, and Julie Olson and I had a chance to talk about it, because this is obviously a special education initiative from the state. So what would be most helpful to us is that the board is giving us direction, and what we would do with that direction is in a clear direction. So we clearly know, what do you want us to do? Is it a mixed delivery? What is the delivery model that we're looking at? And from there, we would develop a plan, report back to the board with estimated what we think the funding implications would be, or the budget, financial, and we would need a little bit of time. I would say back in the fall, we would report back well prior to the budget season starting, and show you what we believe, what you're asking us to do, that delivery, whatever that direction is, that model, what that plan would look like, with more flesh on that plan. So what we really need from the board is to say, this is what we think the approach is, the direction, where you're going, and then we will try to fill in those pieces for you, so that obviously would be incredibly challenging to do that at the board level. But that's my perspective. The board may have a different perspective, but when we talked about it, Julie and I talked about it, that's what we would need in order to move forward, in order to start planning. But we do need the board to tell us, what do you want us to do?
So our last board meeting, by the way, is 2 weeks from tomorrow of this board. And we did want to leave this board year with giving direction so that the next year, which starts this summer for administrators, they know what to be working on to come back to the board that lays out some of the financial implications of what was discussed, deliberated, and voted on directionally. So it's like not an ending in 2 weeks. It's really sort of the beginning, so they can do the work of putting that model together and bringing it back to us. So those of you who will continue on the board will continue to have the ability to, I guess, weigh in to a certain extent through next year as they're developing out the model. So I hope that's enough information for people to start to dive into the details that we want to discuss, not only today, but then be able to vote on direction next time. All right, so questions, discussions. I mean, I would be interested, not to put the board members who are serving on the committee on the spot, but since you obviously have spent the most time thinking through this, just what would your recommendation be?
Sure.
Sorry.
I've spent a lot of time thinking about this. And we have to remember that the reason that this is landing in our lap is because we have failed children, right? CDS has failed to deliver the services that kids need. They have done their best, and there's children that are getting failed, right? Children with IEPs, children with needs. Many children are getting their needs met. Many of those children are at providers in the community now, and so some kids are doing okay, and some kids are not doing okay, right? And that is not the failure of community providers, because there are some kids with incredibly high needs. Those needs, if those kids are in our program at MSAD 51, are being met right now. I would hold our current program against any special ed program, anywhere. Like, incredible, right? And it's also a pre-K, so there are also typically developing kids mixed in there, so you're also serving those kids, right? And so I hear the argument from Jean and folks in that community, right, that we've developed a model where we can serve those kids. We've fixed the problem. If we bring them all in, we've fixed the problem. But we also are supposed to be working towards universal mixed model pre-K. In all the literature you read from the state, which is often conflicting, but they often talk about mixed delivery. They talk about using, assessing what's in your community. IEP conversations, they talk about what does the family want and need? Where is the child currently? And so there is a lot of talk in the state literature, which is all over the place because they have failed in the current model, about flexibility and meeting kids where they are. And if we're saying that 3-year-olds need to be served in the community, or maybe are different and should be served into the community, it's hard for me to then say we need to bring all the 4-year-olds into our school. If we can serve them, we either can or can't serve some kids in the community. So I was 51-49 for do we bring all the kids in and we just fix the problem, but maybe we create a larger problem. Because we can only do that half day, and then kids have transitions, right? We're serving kids really well for a half day. And then it's very clear from our parents in our community that most parents are working, so those kids have to go somewhere else, right? And that's really hard for parents, and that's really hard for kids to have to transition and go somewhere else. So are we doing a great job for half day, and then, they're not well connected, et cetera? So while I hear Jean and I hear that the foolproof thing is to bring him in for a half day and then special ed is covered, but you give up on all these other concerns, I really think that we need to find some way that everyone works together to do what's best for kids, because we're going to have to work with providers. I would say it's worth it, and we can cut other things out of the budget. We can put it before voters, and if they want to vote it down, then we do something else. But like, I think mixed model, full day pre-K is the way to go. Everyone goes where there's the best fit. You can have a lottery ranked so that typically developing kids can say where they want to go. You place kids with IEPs in the best place for them, right? If they're happy where they are, they can stay where they are. If they need more services, they can come into the school. That gives us maximum flexibility, the maximum options. We do best with the resources in our community for our kids. That is by far the most expensive option. But that is the option I would pitch. Barring that, if people here don't have stomach for a budget fight because we've been beat up over the budget without even attempting to serve a whole bunch more kids, I think starting small and having a full day program, so there's less kids in our school, but a full day program for 4-year-olds at MSAD 51 in the small school, and finding community partners. Like, partners need to get to 3 stars, and there's only one provider currently that has 3 stars, but providers can get a waiver, and they have 2 years to get there, right? There's already kids with IEPs at these providers. Some kids have been kicked out of these programs because those kids had incredibly high needs these providers couldn't meet. And those providers are never going to meet those kids' needs. They're not staffed up to do that. But I think providers can meet the needs of many kids. And the tough thing for MSAD 51 is they've done an incredible job building a program within our walls, within a classroom to serve these kids. They will need to find a way to fix the CDS model, right? How do you provide that same level of incredible services at providers? And that's a new challenge, and that I think is something that's very scary to the staff of MSAD 51, because they told us, like, if we do something, we're gonna do it well. We refuse to do something poorly, to recreate a bad system. And so that would be a huge challenge that we're setting on Julie Olson and MSAD 51's desk. How do you partner with providers? How do you build trust? How do you serve kids where they're at if they want to stay there? And I think, even though that's maybe not what they want to hear, I think that is a challenge that we need to rise to, because there's kids who are at these providers. We need more care in our community, not less. There's can be arguments about who pays for it and how we can pay for it. There's money from the state for parents who make less than $140,000 as a couple. There is supplemental money, so there's ways to cobble money together, because the state doesn't make this easy for us. But I think if we work together, we can serve kids in both places really well, but we got to be on board to do it. And right now, I think people are very frosty and don't want to talk about working together, but I think we need to stop, because there's kids who aren't being served and they need to be served better. So like, let's all just like get over ourselves and figure out how to work together, because no matter what, we have to work together, because the 2-year-olds and 3-year-olds are at these places and they're going to end up with us. So like, we need providers on board to help us get these kids what they need. So while I understand the reticence from MSAD 51 staff and special ed staff, like, because they're doing an incredible job, I have faith that they can also do an incredible job building capacity of providers, providing certain services that the IEP dictates, if that's the best place, at providers. And I think if every provider was a partner, if a kid gets identified and they're already somewhere, why can't they stay there? Great, right? Like, if they can get to a level 3 and the state and whoever says, like, this is an appropriate general ed environment, great. They're in our community, great. More is better. So, mixed model, full day, full partnership, get everyone on board. Let's get universal going if we can. Like, talk to your neighbors and say, kids deserve us to pay a couple extra bucks. Maybe we cut something else out of the budget. Like, I'm willing to have that fight, because I think most learning happens by the time you're 4. And so if we're not getting this right, and it's a shame, and it's like a disgrace. So I'll get off my soapbox. I think any model would be better than what we have now, but like, mixed model, full day, aiming towards universal is where I'm at.
All right. So bored.
Done.
Drop the mic.
I ate a lot of candy.
I think I'm in alignment with Jesse. I'm just not as animated.
Fired up.
Neither is your shirt, though. So.
True. I I totally understand the point of view of our parents who've been failed. I, however, like Jesse, have confidence that it's not going to be the same model, that our district can provide these services in a way that CVS didn't. We're going to have to if we do this. We have legal obligations too. And we have very excited partners who want to help us make this successful. I don't think our providers are going to be just like lamely watching this happen. I think they're going to be engaged and wanting to really partner. That's what I heard, is that they're excited to have these supports in their classrooms. That's where one thing I'm coming from and where I can justify this partnering versus the experience some of these parents have had. But I also think partnering means options, in that the IEP dictates where the child with an IEP will receive or will go to school, will go receive their services. So for the child where the district is really the best place, the parent can advocate for that, and I hope that will be the result. But there will be a child where that's not the right fit. And I really hope that if that child is in a program already and has established relationships with a teacher, they'll be allowed to stay there because that's most likely what's best for them. And also, one thing that hasn't come up yet, and I just want to address something Gene said in his comment about being concerned about our providers not being there with the quality of program. That's an issue for the state. So if we decide that we want to partner, we will identify the partners that we're interested in. And my understanding is that the state then will go in and make sure that this is a qualified partner. So I'm less concerned about that. If they're not qualified, then we can't do it. We'll work to get there. From what I understood, it may be a slow process. We do need to get some waivers or whatever. It's a paperwork thing. What I heard was like Wyndham wanted to partner with six providers when it first started, but it was kind of a slow process, so only 2 providers were qualified by the time it started. But then they built. So even if we want to partner, we may not be able to expand all that much at first. So we will be with qualified providers that, in the state's eyes. The last thing I want to say is I do think full day is important as well, at least for our 4-year-olds. What I heard about the transitions and my own experience as a parent and a working parent, not only the transitions are hard, but it's kind of makes these programs inaccessible for some families. So I heard from some families in that focus group, and so I want to be honest about that, is we definitely heard that they would make it work if it's a half-day program. They're very eager for that kind of support for their children. So it's not completely inaccessible, but it's not for all. So I just think a full-day program fits the realities of most of our families in our community. So that's where I fall.
All right, I'll go. I'm not touching the mic. I'm leaving it where it is. Okay. So I thought that the sample of a memo of understanding between local providers and districts was really helpful, because that showed me what it could look like. And of course, in the memo of understanding, it's the local provider will receive X number of dollars per regular education student and X number per special education student. So thinking about this financially, I want to ask the very difficult and what some might consider insensitive question. When we think about what kids need, are we thinking about their needs being met, or are we also thinking about child care, because education and child care are two different things. And I struggle a bit with asking the community to pay for full day if what we're hearing is families need full day because they both work. And again, I realize this is coming across as insensitive, but I'm just arguing this side of it for now. So is it possible in your research that half day could be funded, and if families need full day, they're paying the other half of the day? Does that make sense? So that then as a district, we are meeting those kids' needs, but we're not asking taxpayers to meet the needs of the working families.
Maybe. The answer is maybe.
Okay.
So there is state money, right? Like there's state money. So if you make less than $140,000 a year, like was it CCSP? CCAP, right? So there is money where the state will basically, if you will pay for basically half a day. So you could have a partner, and basically the school district would get EPS, EPS money, and use that money to put them in a half-day program with the provider, and then the CCAP money would then provide the other half. It's administratively weird because then you have to figure out who are those families that are disadvantaged or make less than $140,000, and you have to fill out paperwork. And so there's a way to cobble together more with less taxpayer money. I mean, the state is taxing us anyway, so it's coming from somewhere, but so yeah, in some cases, right, like that's something that people are going to have to work out, and those who do more work will be able to find ways to get more care for more people for less money.
Mm-hmm.
But if all we care about is money, bringing all of the kids into the school for a half day, just packing them in, is the way to minimize cost to taxpayers. If that's what you're asking, like, if all we care about is money, bringing every kid into the small school half days is the least
cheaper.
Is the least expensive thing to do, and I think the worst thing to do for kids. And I would argue that, like, saying that care after a half day is child care. I think kids learn all day. They're learning. They're learning. Right. They're maybe being instructed for 10 hours minimum throughout the week, but they're locking in those gains in the afternoon, and they're locking in those gains much better if they're securely connected to someone they're with. Mm-hmm. So while I think you're correct, like you can't have a kid learning thing like counting to 10 and doing the alphabet all day. Like you don't need to. They're gonna take rest time, and then the afternoon they're just gonna play. But they are learning while they are playing, right?
Absolutely.
And so I think we need to get away. And there's a reason the state is recommending full day, because they understand that being strongly connected to a provider is important, and that kids are learning that whole time. They learn while they play, they learn while they socialize, they learn while they're with a teacher. So to say that like half day is better because like we're just keeping an eye on them in the afternoon, I think is just false, is totally false. But it's more expensive because someone has to watch them. And some of that will fall on the taxpayer. Some of that we can use CCAP. There are creative ways to make it cost less. But yeah, it costs more the full day costs more than the half day, 100%, 100%. But like, I think if you pejoratively just say it's just childcare, you're just like keeping an eye on the kid. Like, I don't think that is true, and I don't think research bears that out. And I think if you look at every other industrialized country, they have figured this out and don't do half days and just do the minimum. Like, we are the only country that hasn't figured this out. And again, we should lead the way here as Rangers and do what's right, even though it costs more money. And we should justify it to people and fight that fight, cut other things that are less important if we have to.
I want to add too, we talked about this with Zoe Caldwell, who's the pre-K teacher here, and she obviously works in a half-day model now, but she has worked in a full-day pre-K model prior, and said that in that model, it's they spread the curriculum out throughout the day, so it's not like we learn in the morning and we rest and play in the afternoon. And it's a longer exposure and a more time to work with the concepts and things. So it's more effective. You're exposed to the environment for a longer period of time. So if what we're trying to do is build skills and get children ready for school, I think it just follows that a longer program would be more effective in that way. So I don't think it's childcare.
Okay.
The other thing I wanted to say is you can do a half day. I think and I think that some combination of a private pay could work. But it just raises equity concerns for me if, we can't do that in the public school, but we could do it in private school. And if we have we're not doing universal and, it's a lottery and somebody got into the half day program and not the full day program, how do you make those decisions? It just, if we have different options, that's a concern.
Yeah.
There's also the FAPE offering. So for kids with IEPs, if you offer a full day in the school, that sets the standard. Then you have to offer the same FAPE offering in both places. So you can't say we'll offer kids with IEPs a full day in the school, but we'll give you a half day in the community. Whatever you do in the school sets the standard for the FAPE offering, whether it's a half day or full day. So you couldn't do a mix of half and full days to meet the FAPE requirement. It sort of sets the standard one place.
Oh, that was what I was gonna ask. So you can't give options for families to have. We couldn't do a mixed half day and full day model,
Not for the FAPE requirement.
not for the FAPE requirement.
But you might be able to for the typically developing.
Okay, so it depends on the IEP.
Depends on
Okay, so we'll have to.
Depends on the IEP.
Okay, depends on the IEP.
Well, I think the combination, the FAPE offering could be a half day, but you could, I think, offer full day, but the full day, I think, would be you'd pay for the other half. No? I think that's what the full day has meant in the other communities.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you might be able to. Yeah. There's options there.
If there is options.
And I just want to reminder, when we say half day and full day, what that actually means.
Yeah. 4 days a week.
So right now, when we're saying a half day program, our half day program is 4 days a week, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday.
Yep.
And the morning session is what? What are the?
It's 8:50 to 11:30, I believe
Okay.
is the actual hours.
Okay, and then there's an afternoon equivalent, and a full day is usually not a typical parent's work day either.
Yeah.
And so one of the things that I know, even programs that have a full day in the school, it's a different licensing. If I know we have an aftercare program that supports our school-age kids, it's a different licensing option. Most of those programs don't then submit cover the younger kids. If there's 4-year-olds in the building, they wouldn't be eligible for the aftercare because it is under a different licensing model.
The aftercare?
Yeah.
Yes, that's different. Yes, different. Yeah.
So.
Right.
Right.
Thank you both for those answers, and very huge thank you for taking on such a challenging issue and being okay with being uncomfortable. You went in knowing it was going to be uncomfortable, hoping that by the end it wouldn't be, but you were in it for the long haul, and it's still uncomfortable. So thank you for being willing to sit in that. I'm going to be further insensitive, and maybe it's my own sensory issues, but it is so hard when people in the audience are talking. It is so distracting. So I realize you are chair, so
Yeah.
I cannot ask anything, but
Yeah.
perhaps we could talk about that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Yes.
We just have, Jesse, a follow-up for you. I know you made your preference well known, but you also mentioned starting smaller with a full day program for 4-year-olds. And I guess I was just wondering if you could expand on your thinking about that starting smaller option and how that would look for
Well,
both
universal
age
full-day
groups.
pre-K would be great. I think if you wanted to fill the small school, you could, you don't need to offer universal pre-K. Like you could, kids with IEPs, if they are already in the community, they could, like, if they're a 3-year-old and they're at one of these programs, if the programs are vetted by the state, they have the stars, whatever, the IEP meeting, the parents want them to stay there. Okay, so some kids are in the community, you're partnering in a small way by allowing kids to stay where the IEP dictates if the parent and the IEP team agree that that's an okay place. That's a way to partner small. One step up from that is you could say, okay, at these partners, we want to expand pre-K more broadly. So we have kids in the small school, some get placed there. We have kids with IEPs who the IEP team decides it's an okay place for them to be. They're there. We want to expand pre-K more broadly, so we want to add another 20 seats to the lottery for typically developing kids, and those can be also at partners. So, when you enter the pre-K lottery, instead of just a lottery for being at the small school for a typically developing kid, you could enter a lottery and list your preferences for partner schools. For typically developing slots, Wyndham Raymond does this. They don't have universal pre-K, but they have expanded pre-K by partnering with people in the, providers in the community. So that's a way you could ramp and say, in 5 years, we would love to get to universal pre-K. And to do that, we will add to the budget additional pre-K slots with partners. We could start with the small school, partner with providers for kids with IEPs, as dictated by their IEPs and whatever. And we want to ramp to universal pre-K mixed model with community partners by 5 years from now, and you add 20 or 30 or however many additional slots until you get there. If providers want to work with the school, but that's sort of what Wyndham Raymond has done. At the beginning of the year, they have a ranked lottery, and they try and fit kids that get into the lottery in their top whatever choice. So that's a way, and this is outside of early childhood special education. That's a way towards partnering beyond allowing kids with IEPs to be at a community partner. This would be for sort of partnership above and beyond that to reach the goal of universal pre-K. But if you're going to partner, if you want to keep these, I think that's a worthy goal.
I have thoughts, but I have a quick question. Did you guys happen to visit any of the local pre-Ks and just the different models that they have and the different focuses, like almost like a parent looking for the best pre-K for them?
I didn't, and in part that's I feel that the state vetting the qualified partners is going to take care of that.
Yeah, I have no question that any of the providers in our community provide a very high standard of general education. So I would have no problem with us partnering and sending typically developing kids there. And the state has requirements to partner for kids with early childhood special education. So I know from providers that they offer different programs. I have seen some of them in passing. I didn't intentionally go during this process because I don't think I need to, because I would be happy sending any of our kids to those if they were partners, and the state would say whether or not they are an appropriate spot. If they don't meet the requirement, then the IEP team can't let the kid have that offer there for that kid. The parent can choose to stay there, and then they can have an ISP. So yeah, I know providers invited us to come visit them, but I don't think it's necessary because I trust that all of those providers are high quality places. That's not the question at all.
My question was mostly centered on just the different models that we have in the community. I haven't seen everyone, and we've had a really diverse, obviously, when we had the pre-K summit, whatever you want to call it. It was really fascinating to see the different approaches that they had. And I think how those approaches fit with the various needs of our students. And then you include our approach here at the district, which has a very unique goal, and how that fits for them. And I was just curious, just from the menu of options that we have and their experience with the different types of students that we had, just if the committee had reviewed that, seen it, because it's different. Like, it's different when you feel it and you sit within the program and you see the students and you see the interactions. But I also have no doubt, like, that our community programs are spectacular too. I was just curious, just from a reality standpoint of like, where do we see our kids? Like, these are, in a lot of ways, these are our students, right? And this is where they're being currently served. And we do tours all the time within our classrooms here. And so I was just curious where that falls. But I agree, it's not a confidence issue. It's just a process issue. And by the way, you've had like a couple of months, so there's, I understand the lack of ability to do that.
I had a follow-up question. Did any of the MSAD staff, I heard a concern, or maybe I misunderstood, but I heard a concern that they were worried about providing those services in our potential partner. Did any of them observe a CDS member doing services in one of the providers, or get a better idea of what that looks like so that their concerns were reduced? Or was any of that really talked about or thought about?
My understanding of that was not that.
Right.
And Jesse can correct me if his experience was different. I think it wasn't so much a concern more than the way they're delivering it now. They're in the building, and if a teacher needs somebody, they'll just make a quick call, and that person's in the room within minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And that can't be the same in a community provider. So they felt that wouldn't be, it can't be as good.
Okay.
That was my understanding of the difference. Is that accurate?
Yep.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I don't think they do have experience with the CDS model, and I know at least one teacher said, like, if we have to do it, we'll figure it out, and like, we don't do things like, we refuse to provide a subpar service. Anything we do, we are going to do to the best, the highest standard, right? So they feel very good about what they do in the building, and so they're going to need to build a better CDS model, but they don't currently, and I think those are just the concerns, and that's where that needs to get worked out. How do you build skills with providers? Those are, I think, all the unknowns that leave a lot of the staff just feeling like, we have a thing that works in the building, so let's just do that, right? Like, rather than a leap into the unknown of like, can we do better than CDS? Because we're gonna have to, and we refuse to not do an incredible job. But that's hard, and that's challenging, that's new, and that's, if we can do it all in the building, just bring them all in half days, we'll see all the kids, it's not a problem. Like, that was where they were coming from, which.
But we still have to supply services for the 3-year-olds, so no matter what.
Correct.
They're going to be in those situations.
Correct. Well, unless we bring all the 3-year-olds in, but there's no EPS matching money, so then that even gets more expensive to bring them in the building, and then there's other concerns.
But you
could do mixed
Yeah.
classrooms. Yeah, you could bring all the 3-year-olds into the building if we wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
But I think there was maybe not a consensus, but a large majority of people thought 3-year-olds belong in the community. And so if 3-year-olds belong in the community, why don't some 4-year-olds, right? Like, to me, that was the tell, right? Like, if we can provide some services to 3-year-olds, maybe not all of them, but many of them, like, we can probably also then figure out 4-year-olds, and we'll do it better than CDS did, because we're MSAD 51, and that's what we do. We like.
As far, and I apologize if it's in the resources, I didn't spend a whole lot of time looking for every single question that I had. If a child's IEP requires an ed tech or a person with them pretty much the whole day, and that student is in a community facility, or not facility, but community school, would we then, as a district, provide that person, that support person, to be there with them the whole day?
I think so.
Yeah.
If the IEP team decided that that's the best place for that kid,
Mm-hmm.
and that's what the IEP says, like, you've got to follow the IEP.
And did you get a
I mean,
sense?
the IEP team might say, like, that's not the best place for the kid, and they should
Right.
get the service here. But if they said that that's the best place for them, then you follow the IEP and provide the services as outlined.
And
That's
did
my
you get the
understanding.
sense from providers that if that were the case, that a child with high needs had that support person with them, that the family did not have to pay for, that could be a game changer? That could.
I mean, that's what we heard, I think, at the provider meeting. I mean, I'm recalling way back, but like, I didn't get the sense that providers ever kicked kids out because they didn't want them there. I think it's because they couldn't meet the needs of those kids and they don't have the resources to. But if given the resources,
Can I pay you, so if the parents, the IEP says, you know what, they should be at the school, and the parents are like, I don't want to do that. So then, do we still have to provide? We no current answer.
then they don't have an IEP, then they have an ISP, individualized service plan, and then you sort of negotiate. They can stay where they are, but then the level of service you have to provide is different, but the school is still monitoring, and maybe they're coming in for some services.
I think they can always reject an offer, but the district is still responsible for monitoring and evaluating over some period of time.
Yeah, which is I think that's the ISP, the individualized service plan. So they work out this alternative.
It makes me quiver a little bit when we talk about IEPs, as if there's like, if a student has an IEP, it's all the same in some ways. Like all students, right? Like the spectrum of a student having an IEP is vast. So I'm curious from your discussions, like what is the bare minimum versus like what would be the recommendation for they're better in a spot what the district can provide with multiple adults and a system of like support, rather than some IEPs that can be managed appropriately in a different environment. Like, did you guys, how was that discussion kind of played out?
I think anecdotally that was discussed, but my sense is like the IEP, I know you're gonna hate this, but like determines that. I followed Jean's advice in saying like you can't categorically say those things, that one level of need is different than another, and could be provided best in one environment over another. Like it's really individual.
Right.
Yeah, and there's a great, and it's probably in the Google Drive, there's a great set of slides from the state, and it goes through a number of different scenarios of different IEPs, levels, and for each scenario it says, where is the child currently? What does the family want? Special ed needs on the IEP. What's the placement determined? What's the LRE code, the least restrictive code, that it's meeting that? What does the district have? What's the decision of the IEP team? And then what are the next steps? And in these scenarios, sometimes the parent rejects because the IEP team says they got to come into the building, and the parent says, no, I want them to stay where they are, and they figure that out. Sometimes it's they stay where they are and we'll provide this. Sometimes and every single one is different, which is why, I get the comfort of the school wanting to bring all of the kids in, because it's way, way easier that way, because everything's in one place and there's way more control versus the flexibility of having to offer potentially something different for every kid with an IEP and figure out what's best for them. That's way more work, which is part of the reason I think we need to have this early childhood special education coordinator. It's a ton of work to figure all of this out when it's not just they're all in the classroom. It's easy. Yeah. Like, not easy, but like the IEP itself, and then having to interface and do all those things. But I'll send these slides around, because reading through the scenarios was really useful, because it's like you're having these conversations. Where's the child? What does the family want? What are the needs? What can be provided? And it's a puzzle, right, that you have to figure out for every kid, and every scenario is different, because every kid is somewhere different when child finds them, right? And ideally they stay where they are because they're already rooted. And so if you can keep them there, that's ideal. If they need services way above and beyond, maybe it's worth pulling them out. But that's like, every scenario is different, and like, I don't have the expertise to figure that out, which is why whatever we recommend, I think needs to be a model that's flexible, and we need to just be like, we need the district, if we decide not to bring all the kids in, the district has to start working better with providers. Providers need to work better with us. We need to find these kids earlier, provide services earlier, intervene earlier, no matter what, right? Like, bottom line, like, everyone start playing nice. Let's be like,
Totally
have
agree.
a hug and a kumbaya movement, and like, do right by our kids, because some of them have been failed by CDS. Like, the bottom line, we heard in this focus group, it was crazy impactful, like how bad the situation was for some of these parents, and it doesn't need to be going forward. And it was, I don't think, any fault of the providers, because they were under-resourced, like CDS just wasn't up to the job, but I think we can be.
Yep.
So what I heard you just say, correct me if I'm wrong, having this new position of this coordinator would actually be even more important if we're going with a community model, a memo of understanding, than if we're just bringing all the kids into the building.
I think so. I mean, there's more pieces, right? Versus just like they're all in one. I mean, side PT, yeah. I mean,
So if someone is in favor of partnering with our providers, our community providers, having that coordinator is even more in their interest.
from my perspective, but like, I'm not an expert. I like looked at this. I think so, because it's like, I can barely understand all these moving pieces. I barely get the acronyms. Like, I know just enough to be dangerous.
I mean, Kim, that's why I was so personally supportive of keeping that position in. I think the word that I keep coming back to, that I've heard a number of times tonight, is flexibility, and the lack of flexibility that we've had with the limited number of spots currently in our building. It's full before kids are even identified. And, we keep talking about like 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds, like every day, we could be identifying a child from the age of, 2 years, some number of months through when they would be of kindergarten age. And so it's not like, oh, well, the day they turn 4, they're now like eligible to come into the system. Like, we have to create more flexibility within our system to be able to have the meetings that are required to have, and then find spots where those kids can get services when they need them. And that is not on a school calendar. It's not on, the days that we put into like, what's a school year? And so the lack of flexibility, and, the CDS program has really not been as supportive that we could have been. And I know it's hard to not talk about like the here and now costs, like what are we asking for in next year's budget? It is much harder to quantify, although I know there's research studies that we can quantify if we are able to serve these kids at 3 and 4 and 5 years old. As Lauren was saying earlier, they like the services they don't need later in life save an incredible. It's not, but let's not talk about even money, like the way that these kids may be able to live their life and have certain stigmas if they're addressed earlier, and the way that they can see success in ways beyond just needing services in school, is the costs that are very hard to quantify when we're talking about annual budgets that we have to put before our taxpayers. So I'm in support of more flexibility, which means more spaces and includes partnerships.
I had looked at another option. It kind of came up when I was digging through all your stuff, and I was kind of looking at more statewide and even like beyond that. So Skowhegan just opened a school designed by the same architects that designed ours, and they lease their pre-K wing to a local provider. And when you do that, you obviously get money for the lease. They can charge money. A school district cannot charge money, and you can have a sliding scale, and that organization could be the hub or the center, and then the other providers could be under their umbrella potentially, or partnership formed. And then the school does what we're charged to do, right? Provide services related to IEPs, not necessarily the education part of it and or the daycare part of it, as it's been described. So I didn't get a chance to call them. I didn't get a chance to dig in much more than that, but I know that as a school district, we can't charge tuition. They can. And that would potentially protect other people in the community that may not be able to pay their tax bill now, let alone if we add more to them. And I know this conversation is not about them, it's about kids with IEPs, but I think this allows us to serve those kids how the state wants us to by focusing on the IEPs. And with that, you could then coordinate and have the kids that need more services. I know we've talked a lot about how that's not necessarily, it would take extra work to identify who could fit in which program, but it allows us to utilize partners, and it also allows us to know that, especially at that age, there's so many kids that don't function well in a structured environment. Me, myself, knowing that I was not one of those kids, I would have loved to be in a nature preschool, right? So I think if we could have an option like that, that would be amazing. It takes a lot more work, it takes a lot more research, but I think it does, it just answers the how question with Jesse and how we do that, how we pay for it.
I love that.
But I don't know if it's possible.
Yeah. Well, rec charges for after-school programs that operate in our building.
But they're a separate entity that just,
Right.
they use our buildings.
Right, which is, it was called, hold on, computers. It's technically called a,
Local cooperation agreement.
there we go. Yeah, I didn't want to get it wrong. Yeah.
Jesse, you gave him a good amount of time, too.
It's like Jeopardy.
Yeah. Which I thought was an interesting concept, and both towns could come together, the school district could come together, you could have a group of people that represent that authority from all the parties that we try to work together, and they would have to work together in that group. So,
And who would be the entity that's leasing?
looking at, I'm not even going to try to say that again, Jesse. It could be a cooperative in that sense, so it would be the two towns coming together, and they could be the authority. That could be an option. Or if there was a service provider in our local area that was big enough to absorb the cost or start something that would lease, they could lease the building, and then they could work with the partners, and our job would be to provide services.
Would there be any concerns like with the union? Or like that you have, right, because you'd have teachers who have like a contract, but then like you'd have a private provider who's like operating in the same building, hiring staff who maybe don't. I mean, I don't know.
I know that
Yeah.
Skowhegan's doing a lease model right now.
Yeah.
So, and they do from 6 weeks old up to kindergarten, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's incredible. Yeah.
I mean, Cape does Cape Care.
Cape Care, that's a good name. Solid name.
But I also know that when we had our meeting and we asked, I think we asked Scott, or maybe even I did, what is it? Is the program we have now net negative, net neutral, or net positive?
Negative.
Well, I think it was net positive from what he was saying.
Oh, net
The
positive,
small
but
group we
bring-
have right now.
We bring money.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, but I'm saying, if you care about the budget, just bring all the kids in half day.
Yeah, it's net positive.
Pack that school.
What we get in subsidy and what we get in other funds, it's positive.
Yeah.
Which is, yeah, all you cared about the budget.
Right.
To fill that school with half day kids.
Leanne, can I ask you just a question on your flexibility? Because I feel I 1000% agree with your flexibility idea. I'm not sure if I'm curious why, from your standpoint, from the logic of more seats equals flexibility. And so my thing is, how many seats do we need to have open to make sure that all the kids that would 1000% benefit from our services here, more adults being in here, are we not offering right now? Like, so, because that's that group right now that I'm most concerned about. Because I worry about adding too many seats, because then we do eventually probably get rid of some of the community flexibility of some of those programs, of like the amount of offerings we have outside of here. I think there's some flexibility with that too. So
Well, that's what I meant by flexibility. I meant not only would there be spots in our district that didn't open full, because we also hear that, you know, we need to have spots open throughout the year. So if somebody is identified or isn't able to get services where they're at, that they could come into the building. But part of that flexibility is also having partnerships.
And isn't it true that if somebody's identified, if that tipped it to more than a 50-50, or
Someone else
it
is
was no
coming.
longer balanced, would we also then need to bring in?
It would have, yeah.
Yeah,
it
to
couldn't
balance
be
the
more than-
classroom.
Yeah, yeah. So you would have to leave a couple spots.
Right, right.
But are we close to that, the amount of spots that we have now? How close are we to it? To being able to, like, how close are we right now? Like, how much would we have to expand in order, do we think, to meet that
Well,
threshold?
it depends. And I mean, my idea of expansion would be like with spots in the community. So.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
within spots within the community, not
Yeah.
just here when you're
Yeah,
saying
yeah.
seats. Okay. I think that hits the clarifying
Yeah,
question.
that
Okay.
that would be my idea of expansion, and I guess that would be one of the things. So it's going to be hard. We could probably sit here and talk about this all night, and I certainly don't want to close off conversation, but I would love to sort of get an idea of what some things that board members are kind of thinking of, like, so, and I'll share mine. It's seeming like people are interested in some sort of partnership model with providers in our community, and if it seems like we're reaching consensus on that, that could help us when we have to come and vote next week, like what we're actually including that in that decision or direction that we give administrators. I guess, like, I would love to take maybe just a few minutes if everyone could kind of go down the line and say kind of what is really resonating with them and something that they would be able to support, and if there's a question that they would hope would be able to be answered by next week. But I know that, like I said, we could sit here all night, but we also have some other agenda items. And we do have a little more time before we're having to vote on something, but I think it might be helpful to all of us just to see where people are sort of landing and what's resonating. Does that make sense? You're on one end, Annika.
Oh,
Do you want me to
sure.
just go down the line?
Well, I think, as you said, just generally, mixed delivery model feels like it's resonating with me, and I think people were asking one of the questions that I do have, and I know some of the proposals that we've seen try to account for this, is just making sure that we have that flexibility to bring a student into the school if they need services in the school, regardless of the timing of that. So I would see that as a challenge, certainly, that we would need to figure out.
Thank you. Tim?
Similar, definitely in favor of a community partnership type model. I don't have as much of passion or knowledge around half day, full day kind of thing. I keep thinking about my 3-year-old and my 4-year-old and what that, or I don't have a 4-year-old, but she will be 4, and what that would look like. And so I'm not there yet with that, so I would need to dive in a little bit more about that. But I'm definitely in favor of more of a community model, and I am very, very thoughtful about the spot of making sure that we invest in our programs, but also see the community as our programs too, and make sure we fought so hard not to lose any of our teachers during this budget process. That was a big thing. Our pre-K providers in the community are our pre-K teachers, and I think that we do have a responsibility to make sure that we're providing programs that are diverse and fit the needs of all students at that time, at that age group. And so I am thoughtful about our decisions here, the space that we have here, and what it does to options for families, and making sure that we spread our eggs across multiple baskets at that age group in particular. So I hope that kind of gets to where I'm thinking.
What Tim said, basically. I really
About
like.
time. See,
I know. I'm agreeing.
It took you a whole year to agree with me.
I do like the community aspects of what we've all been talking about. I think people have raised really good points about that. On a similar basis with Tim, I don't fully understand the half day versus full day, because in reality, neither of them are traditional full work days for parents, working parents. I mean, I know personally my parents dealt with that when I didn't have my license and couldn't
transport myself back and forth from school. So I know it's an issue in all parts of the district. So I definitely need to educate myself more on that before having a formal opinion. But yeah.
I would agree. I feel like part of me wants to like plead an experience. You know what I mean? This is so complicated and everybody here knows so much about it. But I do think one of the questions that I just keep thinking about, which might be more for them if that's okay, or just like in general, just to put out there, is I remember one time we were having that like summit and you guys all talked about how if a student were best fit at a different program, that you guys all have really tight relationships and you can call each other up and be like, hey, this student actually might work a little bit better for you. And I was just thinking about what Jesse was talking about, his like ideal program, and would those types of relationships and like that type of transfer still be able to occur if that were to happen? Or if, I don't know, or even if that might just be like, nobody knows, but just to consider it. Cause I think that's really valuable, and the relationship that you guys all have definitely needs to be maintained in that aspect, in my opinion. So I think that's worth mentioning, at least, even if it's a moot point at the end.
Thank you, Katie. And I'll just sort of repeat what I had said earlier as far as like, I know that I would like to see more flexibility. I would like to see partnerships. I would like to see creative ways that we can both manage this within our community with our providers and with our new building, which will have a little more space, and I think we can figure out how to use that effectively. So I would be interested in an expansion in a variety of ways to support these kids.
I'm definitely in favor of a mixed model. My concerns with that are the traveling specialists. I know that is, we haven't really talked about that tonight, but what that will look like when services need to go to the preschools in the community, because of course it's more convenient to do it in the building. So I'm cognizant that is going to be a hurdle. That's going to be something that, as you said, Jesse, we're going to have to challenge the district to rethink that. But even thinking about, on a sort of snowy day, are we asking a specialist to drive from here, even if it's 12 minutes? That's still 12 minutes that they're on the road. So I that's one reservation I have, or just I'm just interested to hear how we can make that work. But as just thinking about my own kids, preschool really is a magical time. And I personally was in a position where my kids could go half day or 2.5 hours, so quarter day, whatever you want to think of it. And that was perfect for them. So I feel uncomfortable saying that we shouldn't be thinking about providing full day simply because some parents need that, but also just realistically having more community partners then gives that freedom. If there are families that are able to only do a half day, their kids get time out in nature with their friends, they get some reading, some life skills, and there are other kids who have significant needs, and being in the building is the best place for them for that consistency. I am confident that we can make that work.
Thanks, Kim.
I agree with most of what everybody said. I think options are great. I'm in the tank for partnerships because I think they're important. I also think the program we have at MSAD 51 for a half day right now is absolutely incredible and is exactly what some kids need. And so I think we need to retain and strengthen the program we have. I would love to see that same program with the same staff members for a full day. I think the incredible gains those kids have seen, and kids who the best fit for them is in the district would see incredible gains. But yeah, I think we need to look at where is the child currently, what does the family want or need, what kinds of programs are available, what are the child's needs, what's the least restrictive environment. And then that kid needs to go, for early childhood special education, that kid needs to go where that conversation leads. And maybe that's at where they're already at a provider. Maybe that's the comprehensive services in the district. And so we need to have space in the district for kids for whom that is the best fit. We need to honor that if the best fit is at the provider, and that's what the parent wants, and that meets the needs. So I think flexibility, but I don't want to say like partner and we'll just send the kids there, because maybe that's not the best place. So I think we need to honor that we have an incredible program already, and we can build and expand on it, and we can build a new service model that allows kids to stay where they are and does better than what CDS has done. But so, yes and. But I hear you on flexibility, but I think parents also were overwhelmingly in favor of full days, and some can use half days. And if there's flexibility there and we can offer both, I think that's great. But
yeah, on your point there, and for the folks who told us with, in the special ed community, the parent community, about how important it was to have access to the school and wanted exclusively to be there, I heard that, and I really hope and am thinking that through the IEP process, your child can be at the district if that's the best place. So in my vote for partnering, that's in my mind. So I just want folks to know I heard that, and that was important to me. I also want to say, in choosing partnering, that of the districts, the communities we looked at, the 9 of them, 6 of them partner. So we have opportunities to go learn from other communities who are already doing this. We have an incredibly talented staff who can now go learn from others. So we can do this.
Thank you. Last but not least.
I think I always come back because I think about last summer when we had a representative come from the Maine School Board Association. I'm going to probably say it wrong, but she said when we think about a budget, because I'm always budget minded, that's just who I am, that we have to think about our community and what we can afford, and that's always in the back of my mind, right? So that's why I kind of went and deep dove towards, can we lease this space, and then we can have sliding tuition, and people that can't afford it still don't have to pay, but those that can afford it do. And we can still have that great model in some way. So when this started, I think I was 100% for partnership model. It wasn't even a question in my head. So that's where I stand on that. My question is more, can we contact the Skowhegan School? Can we look into a interlocal
cooperation agreement?
There we go. And see what that really means from a legal perspective.
Yeah. 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 Okay, sounds like we have some next steps. And again, just incredibly grateful for all of the expertise that, is brought to bear as part of this process, and the leadership from the board to bring it back to us. And yeah, we'll have an item for action and figure out how much we can hone this in to give direction at the next board meeting. So thank you. Moving on, we still have other agenda items.
Do we?
But we can vote in 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Yes, we can.
I think we got through the meat.
Go quick.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have, all right, so items for action. I think a bunch of these we can take together, but not the first one.
Correct.
So for the first item for action, we have a motion to approve the removal of the Equity Committee as a board level committee and to move to an administrative committee.
I will make that motion. Yes.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Jesse. All right, please present this item for action, Kim.
Okay. So, a little bit of history. The Equity Leadership Steering Committee was formed in 2019 in response to the increased need for awareness around issues of racism and lack of belonging. Then in early 2021, I couldn't find the exact date, the MSAD 51 Board of Directors adopted that committee and made it a board-led committee. The initial task of that committee was to draft policy ACA, and second, to create a plan that the board could adopt, holding the district leadership to objectives and action steps for the purpose of upholding policy ACA. In 2024, 2 years ago, that plan was approved by the board. And in the 2 years since, the committee has spent most of its time analyzing the plan as it has been worked through by the district leadership. Now it is time for the committee's next steps. Given that the overwhelming majority of the action steps in the plan are carried out by the district leadership team, the committee as it currently stands is recommending that the committee moves from being a board committee to being a district committee or administrative committee. This protects the committee and helps keep it consistent as board membership changes every year. The committee as it currently stands also recommends that its members retain a similar representation, meaning 1 to 2 board members, 2 to 3 district leadership team members, always including the director of academic services, who will be the head of the committee and has essentially been the head of the committee as a non-board member. 2 to 4 staff members, preferably 2 teachers, a guidance counselor, and a librarian, 1 to 2 students, and 1 to 2 community members or parents. Finally, the committee as currently stands asks that as it evolves into a district committee, there remain clear and accessible points of communication so that if a need arises, it can be brought to the committee's attention immediately. And Lauren, I ended up being sick at our last equity meeting. Is there anything you want to add to that was discussed?
Not really.
Okay.
You got it.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I wanted to make sure. Okay. There you go.
And to be clear, I think this was always part of the long-term plan to be able to hand this off, and so it's really great to see that you guys brought it to this place.
Well, and the long-term hope is that it's not needed at some point because equity is so built into our DNA.
One step at a time.
Yes, one step at a time.
Great. Well, thank you for bringing it all the way to this point, because we know an incredible amount of work and care has gone into this over the past, you probably just said this.
5 years.
Thank you.
Give or take.
So, all in favor? Great, it's unanimous. Okay. Thank you. And thank you for all the contributors over the years.
Yes, it's huge. We will do some sort of recognition.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Next up, can I get a motion to approve the long-term facilities plan as presented?
So moved.
Thank you, Tim. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Sean. All right, Tim. You were here. Did you listen to what we talked about last time?
I did. It was fine. I mean, I think I really would have brought some color to it. Do you want me to speak to it, or do we want to save time from the last meeting?
Yeah, I
great.
mean, yeah. And any other questions, discussion? Long-term facilities plan.
Grateful to have it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
Great job.
Awesome. Okay. All in favor? Great. It's unanimous.
Wow.
Moving
We're doing great.
on.
That was
Maybe this one will be quick too. Can I have a motion to approve the strategic priorities plan as presented?
So moved.
Thank you, Annika. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Sarah. So, Annika, any changes since last time?
There have not been any changes since the presentation that we heard last time, so happy to take any questions.
Any further questions? It was so great. Thank you. And again, like an incredible amount of work by a lot of people in our community who participated. And another 5 years? Is that
4 years.
4 years.
4 years for this plan.
4 more years. Well, yeah, we've been operating on the same plan for a long time.
Oh,
so
yeah.
this is very exciting to have a new plan to move forward. All right, all in favor? Right, it's unanimous. Okay, can I get a motion to continue meeting past 9 p.m.?
So moved.
Thank you, Jesse. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Kim. Any other conversation about continuing?
Okay. Should we discuss a time goal that we're trying to get to?
9:30.
Okay. I like it. So we re-vote at 9:30 if we need to?
Sure.
Okay.
All in favor? Okay, moving on. Okay, we are moving into a policy. Can I have a motion to approve policy EFC, free reduced price food services as presented?
So moved.
Thank you, Jesse. Can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Lauren. All right, just remind us, Jesse.
We're just updating the language for free and reduced price food services now that the state of Maine has made free breakfast and lunch available. There was discussion about whether we should change the title right now it's free and reduced price food services. All the food is basically free right now. But free food services sounds weird, and all the model policies are still free and reduced. So maybe at some point we will have also reduced price food, and the title will still apply. But we decided not to change it because free food services sounded weird.
Okay.
So
All right.
if anyone feels strongly, tell us to change it, and we can. But otherwise, it still applies. It's all free now.
Okay. Thank you.
Very reduced.
Very reduced.
But nothing else has changed. But that came up. We decided not to do anything about it.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Great. Anything else? Okay. All in favor? Great. It's unanimous. Okay. Can I have a motion to approve the professional positions that are being presented as listed?
So moved.
Thank you, Tim. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Sean. So we are looking at the GMS 6-8, grade 7 math, GMS 6-8, grade 7 science and math, GMS 6-8 school counselor, GMS 6-8, grade 7 social studies and ELA, and GMS 4-5, grade 5 literacy.
Do you want me to speak to all those, or are you voting as a group?
I think we put the motion forward as a group.
Do you want me to still go through them?
Would the board like Jeff to go through each position? Or was there questions? I mean.
If there's a question, maybe
Yeah,
I can
I
answer it.
mean.
That might be easier.
When I reviewed, we still get an incredible amount of applicants for our positions.
Yeah, we had a lot of applicants for all these positions. Yeah, so I can answer any questions if you have them.
I was just quickly looking, but correct me. So 2 of these are new positions and the remaining are replacing existing.
That's true.
So,
Yeah,
correct.
there's 2, the middle school positions, the science and math, GMS, 7th grade is a new budgeted position, and social studies and ELA, 7th grade is a new budgeted position. So the other ones are existing positions. There have been some reconfigurations. For example, the school counselor position, we had somebody that had a status change that went from part-time to full-time. That opened up the other part-time, but that .2 was a budgeted addition, which allowed somebody who was part-time to go to full-time internally. We then opened the full-time position, but it was part of that .2 that you added to the budget. And then we had an open position in the budget that was vacant, that we never filled. And that position is one of the positions that moved from MIW up to grade 5. That's the grade 5 literacy position. So originally that position was a budgeted position. We didn't fill it because of class size at MIW this year. We then transferred that position over to 4-5, and that's what we filled this year. And I mentioned that during the budget process that we had done that. So.
Other questions? Yeah, the one middle school position with 40 people, 40 applicants.
Yeah, we had a very strong applicant pool. I have to say, after, post-COVID, every year, it seems like the applications are coming in stronger and stronger for all of our positions. You know, anywhere from 17 through 40 applicants for a position. Those are strong, very strong. We tend to get more folks that will apply for social studies and ELA positions than we do for math. Just generally speaking, that's not just us, that's everywhere.
I just want to, since I got an opportunity to be on a hiring committee this year, it was very informative in the sense of how thorough the district really is and how thoughtful they are. So I just appreciate that and your process. It's very well thought out and executed well.
Thank you.
Okay. All in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. All right. Superintendent's report. What?
I didn't see if Sarah were,
Yeah.
not to call you out, Sarah, but
Oh,
I
I'm
didn't see if you raised
sorry,
your hand.
Sarah.
Did you?
I was opposed.
Okay.
You're
Thank you.
opposed. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
And again, it's the same concern about hiring teachers.
Okay. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you. I hate sitting in a line. It is like so hard to.
It is hard to see. Yeah, it was hard for me to see too.
Okay, so this is putting a lot of pressure on you and your superintendent's report. If we're gonna.
Yeah, I'll do my best.
Executive summary.
However, I really can't because there's things that I have to actually
Talk about.
All right. Let's go.
But I am having trouble putting it on the screen because I'm not seeing Geiger Room come up.
Do you should we start with some committee reports while you work on that?
Sure.
Okay.
Great.
All right. How about we do student reports?
Wow, I thought I had time. Okay.
Well,
No, we'll be quick and
Okay.
easy. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Well, I haven't been at school, so technically Caitlin's gonna be quick
why
and
it's
easy.
quick and easy.
Yeah, I haven't been at school in
Later.
about a
Thank
month.
you.
Everything seems to be running smoothly in my absence. I kind of thought, the walls would come down or something like that. But no, everything's going great graduation-wise. We have class night tomorrow, so exciting. We had our class cookout and class breakfast yesterday, and we've been marching every single day this
I
week.
saw you guys out there today.
Yeah, it's awesome. And it's great because Mr. Francis is there. Obviously, you guys are a little bit more busy, but part of our practice is that we have to walk down the aisle, marching, there's the music and everything. And then you wait your turn. You take your imaginary diploma, you shake the hand, grab the diploma, shake imaginary Mr. Porter's hand, shake imaginary Leanne Kendura's hand, and then you pose, and then you walk all the way back up. And so I've just been, I've been thinking a lot about you guys. So
That's
been,
so funny. I'll take a hug if you want.
Okay, yeah, no, I was actually gonna,
we're needed.
yeah, I'm excited.
We're not needed. We have imaginary.
We
don't need to be there.
No, it's
Okay.
great.
Just cardboard cutout.
We're all set.
But yeah, so from the senior perspective, everything's going well. I bet Caitlin can speak a little bit more to what the school has been up to, actually.
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh, and sports are about to be in playoffs. I do know about that part. That's really exciting. I personally am very excited. Softball's going in the 7 spot, but should be a little higher. It's okay.
And you may
we'll
have
come
been
back.
named athlete of the week.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
I guess what is it? Okay. These are kind of like the wrap-up weeks of school. Everyone's getting ready for exams, which start Friday the 12th, I'm pretty sure. So that's exciting because we're almost done, which I'm pretty happy about. As much as I love being here every day, it's going to be nice to have a little bit of a break. Yeah, thank you. But we're definitely still working hard, getting through all of our last-minute stuff. I'm really excited to go to graduation and watch all my friends graduate. It's going to be a very bittersweet day.
Caitlin's giving a speech tomorrow at class night.
I am giving a speech at class night, so if you guys want to come watch Katie and Caitlin. They pick a junior to do a junior farewell, and they talk about, I love the seniors. So I'm really excited to be doing that. It's a long speech, but if you want to come listen, it's funny. So I do recommend it. So that'll be really fun. It's definitely weird in the hallways not having the seniors there. I say this every year, but you walk through the hallways and it's just empty. And then step-up day comes, which is next Wednesday, and the incoming freshmen, oh my gosh. It's like no one knows where they're going. It's everyone's
And they're
first
tiny.
day. Everyone's first day on Earth. And we're all just like walking through and no one has any idea where to go anywhere. Because I've never been to these teachers' classrooms even though I've been in the high school for 3 years.
And they can't drive or like think about driving yet, so all of them walk on the left side of the hall. So it's
very true.
It is
Very
just
true.
constant.
Yep.
Like,
Yep. But I've started doing senior stuff, which I think is scary for me and a lot of my peers. We've been getting ready senior mentor stuff so that when the freshmen come in, we can kind of like give them a lay of the land, what to do, what not to do, help them out to their classes, because it is very confusing, even though we have new signs that say which wing is which. Super fun. Last few weeks of school, it's pretty much it. Great stuff.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right. I guess we're back to the superintendent's report. You got it.
No,
all?
I thought you were going through committees.
Oh. Do you want to keep? Should we keep going? Or
It's up to you. You're the chair.
why don't you do yours and then we'll go back to committees.
Okay, it's long.
Let's go.
I'm telling you. All right, the beam signing. So the pre-K and kindergarten students had an opportunity to sign the beam. If you saw that out in the in that area between the district office and MIW, that was there for a few days for all the kids to be able to sign it. And Mrs. Small, Carolyn Small herself, signed it, which is great. There will be a ceremony next week that all the students will be able to participate in. So.
And the board was invited to sign.
Yes, the board was invited. Hopefully, I know some of you were able to sign it.
Leanne, I signed next to you so that if we ever find it, you can find it for me.
50 years from now.
Mhm.
So we have some new construction contractors. We had 2 pre-K students that decided to start supervising the construction of the new MIW addition. It's a huge event every day. We All Matter, April's MIW assembly was like We All Matter. Lynn Plord is a main author, and she did a read aloud for the school community. I won't do that part. I got some help on safety and security. I definitely need help, and definitely anyone under 10 is most helpful, sorry, ladies, and giving me some pretty candid advice about what I'm not doing right. That was fun. Reading at the Red House. We had students from Mrs. King's class come over and really make our day a lot brighter and read to us. So it was great to hear from the kindergartners. Final MIW assembly was held on the track. I was in a meeting and unfortunately I couldn't get over, but I heard it was terrific as the kids marched around the track for their final assembly of the school year. And it is, there's a link. This report's always posted, so if anybody wants to watch that. At Greeley Middle School 4-5, the Best Buddies Club had a Maine Mariners event. They went to a game, and also there was a STEM fair, and they had a chance to cheer on the Mariners, explore STEM, hands-on, and spend some time building relationships. Also at 4-5, Special Olympics, participated in the Cumberland County Swim Meet. So this is how long I haven't done a superintendent's report. Because we've gone too late or whatnot, but March 27th at Cape. So this goes back a ways. This has been band and chorus concert season. There's been all kinds of concerts at every school. But 4-5, here's a couple of photos from the band and chorus concerts. They're always amazing.
I went to both of them and they were incredible. Like the directors of each are very talented, so that was really fun. It was a good event.
It's good to hear. Science of Water Cycle Studies, third graders. This is, I'm often asked, do the younger kids ever work with the older kids? We have all kinds of different ways that happens, and that's one of the great benefits of the one campus model, is that our third graders visited the sixth graders and learned about water cycle. And this is just one of many ways that we partner with older kids and younger kids. And then the social studies in 7th grade, Chris Toy is a former middle school principal, and he came in, every year he comes in to Greeley Middle School and works with students on science or social studies. In this case, it was social studies, and learning about something to do with food. At 6-8 also, the National History Day team Irish Heritage Center. So we had students that were, their project focused on the Easter Rising. The National History Day project is also related to this, and this is all part of our NHS activities and projects that the students are involved in, but they had an opportunity to study this particular topic. And the NHS, if you haven't had a chance to ever see their projects, the kids get so involved. It's very research oriented, and so this is one of the projects this year. Also at 6-8, we've gotten feedback that we need to pick up trash a little more, that our campus sometimes has too much trash. And so thankfully our middle school students were out there during advisory time picking up trash, and also to get a little bit of energy out, they did some disco Zumba in French class.
Wow.
Yeah, you'd start that.
Yeah, what?
Start that tomorrow.
Okay.
Class night.
I'm on it.
Oh yeah, I'm excited. I'm gonna just go Zumba in my cap and gown.
And I know the high school advertises the students of the month, but these are the students of the month. They're in my report that we posted, so it's always great. It's a nice feature. French exchange at the high school, Greeley High School. It hosted about 20 students from France. This is every 2 years they have this exchange, and then our students go over to France in the alternate years as well. So this was November and December. So you can see we're going back a little ways, and we missed a few things here. Maine State Math Meet, our team came in second place, Greeley High School team in the Division B. Congratulations. Also, there's a lot of ice cream sundaes going around. Class of 2029 sponsored those. And, interesting. Hoffer's High School Athlete of the Week. So did we get that right? 6 home runs and 100 runs for the season?
100 hits.
100 hits, I mean,
No,
for the
okay,
season?
so it's 100 hits for all 4 years together.
Okay. I knew I got it wrong.
And how many home runs are you up
Makes it
to now?
sound
I have
good.
7
Yeah.
this year.
Wow, okay.
This year?
Yeah.
This is a little dated.
Yeah.
Well, it
Yeah,
just
I had to
happened.
edit
It was
some.
just yesterday. It's okay.
We weren't up there. The Hard Hat Chats, this is on our One Campus page of the website. There have been 5 actually that have been, or actually there's been 6 completed. We haven't released them, the newest ones. We're still working on getting those together. But there's been 4 that have been released on different topics, and so we always encourage people to watch those. They're on YouTube. We get a lot of feedback on those. Camden Burke is our student host. He's hosted most of them. So I think he's had a lot of fun with that. He's a senior. He's graduating. So next year we'll continue this series, and we are looking for a new student. I know we're not looking at you, Caitlin, but we're looking at you for help, unless you want to do them. But we need to find a student to help host these programs. Okay, summer 2026 campus projects. We have a lot going on this summer in terms of projects. Obviously, the One Campus project is, the biggest part of that. We have on-site improvements to Campus Drive. We'll be putting out a communication within the next 10 days or so, explaining to everybody that the entire Campus Drive, which goes from Main Street, the Greeley High School entrance next to the White House, all the way down to the access road to Greeley Middle School, will be closed. So that means most of the campus will be closed. The Wilson School will be closed. It will be completely closed. We're actually wrapping the playground so that it is not used after hours. That's for safety reasons because the entire roof is being replaced this summer at Mabel I. Wilson School. We have also a ton of internal work. I'll talk about that in just a moment. Resurfacing the track, that is through capital reserves. So that is a project that will be happening this summer. Improvements off-site will start probably late summer into the fall. This is a bid. This is part, again, the One Campus budget and project. We went in with the town on this, the town of Cumberland. They placed the bid and included us in a bunch of the work. Construction of the new building, which is the Carolyn Small School, obviously will continue for the next 12 months. Construction of the new addition at the Mabel Wilson School should be completed by the time school starts for the new school year. It should be done. It's on schedule. The roof replacement at MIW is part of the One Campus budget, and that will be happening this summer. Basically, the day after school gets out, they will be starting to prep for the roof replacement. It's a huge project. Inside Mabel I. Wilson School this summer, there's a bunch of rooms that will be reconfigured to get ready for a year from now, but we're doing it now because of the schedule with Great Falls, our contractor. So the pre-K room will actually be turned into a STEM room. It will continue being the pre-K room for another year until we make the transition. These were all, that was an add alternate at the beginning of the project. That was approved after the base bid was accepted. There was a bunch of add alternates that were also accepted at that time, so it's part of the One Campus budget. And part of that was also moving the nurse's office. That was an add alternate. There was part of the base bid was changing out toilets in the building in order to accommodate slightly older children. Moving the Chapter 33, which is our seclusion room for special education, and is actually being moved out of the main hallway. It was never a good design in the first place, and we'll be moving that out of the main hallway to a side hallway adjacent to a couple of special education rooms. That was part of the base bid. Enclosure of the central stairwell, again, that was part of the base bid of the One Campus project. That is not to code. It is a safety consideration, and that was part of the original budget for the One Campus. Renovation of the staff room. We have some electrical upgrades that need to be done. That was an add alternate as part of the One Campus project. And then we have a huge, as you approved about a month ago, the CMP electrical upgrade will be taking place this summer. The high school will be closed. The building will be closed for about 7 to 10 days in August. It will be, we're also going to be draining the pool at the same time, which we do in August. So the only part of the high school that will be open for those 7 to 10 days will be the new section of the high school while we conduct that project. That's a safety upgrade. Also, all summer, finally, thank you, Scott, we're going to have the SRRF Science Wing. And that is, again, that was approved at the district budget meeting, or I'm sorry, by the board to supplement the voter-approved amount. There was $131,000 that was over the voter-approved amount, and you approved that to be taken from capital reserves. So that project will be happening this summer. And then finally, the replacement of the high school intercom system, which is on its last leg and has been on its last leg for a long time. And that will be coming from the tech lease as we discussed during the budget process. So I wanted to stop for a moment and just take any questions that you have on the summer projects.
I had a question about the track.
Yeah.
Is there any PFAS involved? Did we check?
We have
Does anyone
RFPs.
care anymore about PFAS?
We have RFPs that have gone out on that.
We
That's a
haven't
good
sent it
question.
yet. We're in the process of developing it, so we'll take a look at that, Jesse.
All right.
Okay.
I know people in the community are ostensibly concerned, so we should keep asking that question.
Yeah, I appreciate the question. Thank you.
Right, it doesn't only apply to turf.
Mm-hmm. Other questions about the summer project? I think most of them look familiar, but just wanted, that is a complete list and where everything comes from, the funding source and the amount, if it wasn't in the base bid project, that's listed there.
That SRF project, that would not have happened if Doughton's Construction had not value engineered that with Oak Point. I mean, we were way overbid on that project when it came in, so thank you to both of those companies who really helped us.
I'm so happy it's finally getting done.
So it'll be a great project.
It's a good project.
Mm-hmm.
I think we talked about last time, there's a ton of stuff on here, and so we want to monitor it over that period of time. As it's an awkward transition between boards kind of getting kind of up, did we agree last time what we'll try to do is put more of an facilities emphasis on in this committee during that time until the next one gets brought up? So like our July and August meetings will have like a little bit heavier of a facilities component to it, correct?
Is that
what our thought is?
That's what I hope.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think the part of the purpose of putting this in front of you now, having all the information in front of you, the funding source, most of it is the one campus, or it's already been pre-approved by the board or by the voters. But just to put it all in one place for you, we're not doing anything else.
Well, I think it's also, we have at least 2 regular meetings scheduled this summer, just wanting an update on how things are going, because my guess is something might come up as all this work is happening.
We'll put it on the July board meeting at least.
But nothing's going to come up after Scott retires, so no worries here.
It's all set now.
But this is the extent of the projects. So it's all in one place. It's right here. I know that, everybody had wanted it in one place, know exactly what's happening.
It's been really
What's the
great.
funding source? What's the amount? Where did it come from? Is it an ad alternate? We wanted to put it in one sheet. So and this is it. This is what we're doing this summer. It's a lot.
Thank you.
So, yeah. So if there's any questions, we're not deviating. Unless some emergency comes up, we'll let you know.
Well, yeah, hopefully.
And then I have one more part of this report. It's required by federal law because we receive federal funds under ESSA, it's Elementary and Secondary Education Act. We're required to report this in a public meeting annually, and I do this at this meeting every year. We're expected to receive about $119,000 in ESSA money next year. That's not local entitlement. That's not special education. That's not included in this report. This is just ESSA. So a little bit more than what we are receiving this current year. We're going to continue using the money as we have for many years, which is support our literacy learning at MIW. We use that to pay for 2 salaries for literacy specialists, part of 2 salaries of literacy interventionists and specialists at the primary school level. And so these cover usually about half of the salary and benefits of these 2 individuals. Also required to report to you, and I will tell you if you look at most districts in the nation now, it's called the Targeted Support Improvement, which just means that if you have cohorts of students who are not meeting the benchmarks in an assessment, the state assessment, you have to report that. So, and you have to report it if you have at least one student population who has experienced a challenge over the last 3 years in some sort of indicator of the assessment. So the school has to be on a targeted support improvement plan. So in 2025-26, we're required by law to report that MIW, GMS 4.5, and GMS 6.8 are all TSI schools. In the subgroups, it can be the entire school or it can be subgroups. In our case, it's subgroups. And those subgroups include economically disadvantaged students, white students, and students with disabilities. And those are subgroups that are identified by federal law. So we have to report them as such. And schools meeting their goals after 1 year can be removed from the status, and we're required to include school goals in our Title I grant that we have to submit to the State Department of Education each year. Mari Trebilcock does that. And how are we going to address those, the TSI status? And again, I wouldn't be very worried about this. I would say that the vast majority now of schools in Maine are TSI schools, if you want to look it up, just the way that the law is built. If you want more information about ESSA, we have to have it posted on the district website, and that's where you can find it and get more information about how we use our money and our report card. And that's my report. Oh, I don't think it is. Strategic priorities.
Oh, that little thing.
Just kidding.
Whoops.
We gotta vote again.
This is the last time I'm going to report on strategic priorities for this strategic plan. However, we do have a strategic plan that was in 2015, 25-26, and this plan goes all the way back to 2018. So this is a very long strategic plan that is now getting retired. So we're at the year-end progress summary, and as you know, there were many components of the priorities this year. Here's the summary. The One Campus was a huge part of that. Construction, staff reassignments, transition committees, the pre-K plan, all part of the One Campus priorities this year. College and Career Ready is focused on MTSS, literacy program, that's CKLA. That's the new program for elementary grades. Math scope and sequence, writing scope and sequence, and the MTSS plan update. And under wellness, safety, and belonging, we implemented strategics, are working on evacuation and reunification plans to the safety committee, and we continue to work on chronic absenteeism. And obviously the strategic plan development, which you approved tonight. I'm not going to go through each of one of these, but we do have a progress tracker on each one of these priorities that we identify through a status. The one that we didn't change, because tonight you just approved it, so the strategic plan is actually completed. It's not in progress anymore. Thank you to the board tonight for doing that. And so this also will be posted on the website for anyone to look at the progress tracker. But I do want to say, we need to say farewell to the strategic plan. Such a long strategic plan and such a good buddy. We're going to miss you, strategic plan. So I couldn't help myself, but you know, if you have a friend since 2018, you got to say goodbye to it. Somehow or another.
What, a second
We're going to
grader,
miss our
third grader?
strategic plan.
Is that you?
Aren't you sad?
You put strategic plan on the
I
balloon?
did.
Wow.
I'm actually kind of creative.
That's a nice touch. I
I'm actually
really like that.
I know no one thinks I am. but
Okay.
I'm just a
No.
bureaucratic administrator.
We can't credit Melissa with that. You actually.
I actually did that
Oh,
myself.
wow.
Melissa did not do that. She didn't even know that. She didn't even know I was doing it. She would have been scared. So anyway, that's my report now.
What does the other one say?
Thank you. I would love to get an update on the math step and sequence at some point in the
Scope and sequence.
scope and
Yes,
sequence.
Marie actually will be doing that. That's in
Great.
progress. Both the writing and the math
Great.
will continue. They're actually pretty much done. They just need to be posted.
Okay.
But Marie will give you an update in the
Great.
fall on that.
Okay.
Yep.
Great. Okay, so I was overly optimistic. It is now 9:35, and we haven't finished our committee reports. Can I get a motion to continue?
I'll make a motion to continue.
Does anyone want to second it?
Second.
Okay, Annika, all in favor to continue? All right, now it's on you, committee chairs. Finance, Kim.
We have a meeting next Friday, 2 o'clock.
Okay, thank you. Policy.
All right, we've got two first reads. Big one is the cell phone policy that we need to have by August. So we've got the first read of it. It is now policy JICJ. We're deleting our policy JFCK. And we're going to go with JICJ because it's just a better code.
Are you serious?
So if you look through this, we basically took our old cell phone policy, which we already had, and updated it with some of the new sort of state mandate language. You can read through it. I mean, the state is making us do this. We had some discussion around what to put in this policy and what to leave out of this policy. And I think we landed on some language that gives the administration some flexibility into how to implement this. And so we wrestled with whether or not to say in policy phones must be centrally locked. I mean, they have to be off and away. And as currently written, it gives the building administrator authorization to figure out how to centrally store them. So they could be off and away in a backpack. They could be locked up. Carl Francis at the high school, this is, I think, where it's going to be the biggest issue. He did speak with staff, and he shared with us a bunch of their feedback, pros and cons, challenges with various things. And then in the end, he said it was overwhelming. They were overwhelmingly in support of having phones locked in a central location, even though it's could potentially have a hurdle. We heard that, but also Jeff hasn't brought this before the leadership team to discuss it, and there's other considerations. So in the end, we left it up to the school administration to decide how best to implement. But know that we had that conversation, and if as a board people feel strongly that we should have different language in here, you may feel free to make your voices heard, and we can also revisit going forward if we feel like whatever this administration implements isn't working. But we thought as a start it was better to give them flexibility, let Jeff go before the leadership team, and let them figure out what the best solution for various schools is as a start. If anybody has any questions, feel free to ask them, or feel free to take a look and let me know where we forgot to add line breaks or spaces or typos, and I'll fix those before second read.
Looks like you all did at least reference the draft policy that was sent out by MSMA.
Yeah.
I see some of that
Yeah, we have a
language
bunch
in
of that
here.
language in here. Yes, we sort of smashed that together with our old policy.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And I think there was a lot of consensus of just, Mari did a great presentation on it, and I think there was a lot of consensus of like the philosophy around cell phones in school, right? I think where we really struggled, to Jesse's point, was like what belongs in policy. Are we doing like more harm to good from the leader standpoint, and are we going to make it harder for them, versus like, no, this is one of those things where we just believe from a safety standpoint or from a philosophy standpoint as a board, we're just going to take that out of your hands. I think there's a lot of talk just more about policy as much as it was about like cell phones and what that culture looks like within the school. So as I think you read through that, I think that you keep that in mind in terms of feelings and thoughts towards cell phones in school, how much of an impact that is versus what is in policy, and how strict we are with it in writing.
So the only thing that came to mind when I was reading that real quick was that it says other personal electronic devices with internet or cellular network. So we're no more bring your own device in the high school?
No, we are students will still be bringing their own device. So I think there's going to have to be some sort of acknowledgement of that, that you want to consider putting in there, but there's no way to get around it. I mean, we have no plan B. That would cost a lot of money, and we just have no money to support that. So we definitely have to continue with bring your own learning device at the high school for the foreseeable future, until the board, through the budget process, wants to make a shift.
Yeah, we did talk about that a little bit, that like maybe administratively they become school devices when they're in the school if they're being used for, there may have to be some administrative workaround, but there was an acknowledgement that those are also personal devices, and you can do all the things you're not supposed to do on those and do messaging and whatever as well, and that's an additional headache. And so I think this is a first step towards opening the discussion of technology. And Mari brought up that one of her books for summer reading that she has bought for the leadership team is the Digital Delusion. So
it's a great book.
It will be an ongoing conversation, and this is the first step, I think.
Maybe the board should also.
Yeah, maybe we should have some summer reading book club.
Yeah, I think we might want to consider that.
That's a good idea.
Just Generation is another one.
Yeah.
I have all of them. You can just come to my house, and you can see a preschool. Oh my goodness.
Okay, so sitting on policy, I just feel like I wanted to weigh in a little bit. So I think that it's not even a question. Of course, not having access to phones is the best thing for learners. 100%, I understand that, especially when you're dealing with like so many different types of kids, and like the age group for high school really changes, even though it's only 4 years, like maturity levels. Of course, I totally understand that. And I've said this to the policy committee, but I just wanted to reiterate it for everybody, that what's pulls me back on the idea of like central storage, is the idea of kind of the same thing happening that we had happen last month, where it was just, the mistake of, and obviously there are differences now. There are things that I'm sure have been altered so that something like that wouldn't happen again. But we just have to recognize that students would be in a situation where they wouldn't have their phone and could potentially be like displaced from the school if they had to evacuate, or if they felt that evacuation was necessary. Because in like a crazy hectic moment like that, your first thought is to leave, right? But just to add some clarity to that situation, some people, like some of my friends, for example, were outside of the school and I was at the school. So I was able to text them and let them know, hey, it was a mistake, but you guys can come back to school now and, get your bags and stuff, like that type of situation. But without having their phones and with those phones stored in a central location at the school, there could potentially obviously be like a rush to the area where that could lead to congregation of students that we obviously wouldn't want in a situation like that, or potentially just kids not having their phones and being gone from the school and then not understanding or getting the messages that would be normally relayed to the students via email like we had in that situation. And so that's just my only, the only pull. I think that personally, with having my phone up in the holder just these past 2 years, I have seen such a difference. Like, I love not having my phone at school, which is so, like, my friends, I hope they don't watch this, but it's benefited me so much. It's just the little thing that pulls me back that I have to think about. And of course, I also won't be here to see this policy through or see what happens at the high school, but I'll just be thinking about that. And so I wanted other people to know that from the perspective of a student who's been in kind of a stressful situation like that, in that moment, I was grateful to have access to it, even though I was also equally grateful that I didn't have it during my learning moment at the school that day. So that's my 2 cents, but I understand that there's a ton of different factors moving around and that this is best cognitively. So I'm with you guys. I know that you'll make a great decision. I just want everybody to kind of understand that's my perspective on the situation also.
I will quickly add that came up during the safety and security meeting, and we had a lengthy discussion, and we'll continue to have discussions regarding that. So it is not unnoticed.
Great. Yeah, I think we've had some parents reach out to about the same issue around the safety piece. I also think with the storage, and I know it's not written in the policy draft as it is right now, it's left out of it, but if the storage comes up, there's a lot of logistical things that have to be considered around storage. For example, kids, there's going to have to be time built into the day, at the beginning of the day and the end of the day, logistically, to go back to advisory or first class or wherever that ends up being. The other thing is I didn't talk to all 3 of the pre-K 8 principals, but I talked to 2 of them today, and they both were appreciative of it not being locked in that there would be storage, because right now pre-K to 8 there's minimal issues around this, and this really is more of a 9-12 I think consideration around the storage piece. I got the sense from the 2 principals I talked to today that they would not be wildly excited about the storage and the logistics that go with it and all of that, and there's just not an issue. It's a minimal issue at pre-K through 8, so I think I just want to put that out there, that the 2 I talked to were just not interested in the restrictiveness of a policy that would say storage in it. And I know it's not written that way right now, but just to put that on the table.
I think there's a huge education piece that regardless of whichever direction that we go needs to be part of it. Education of parents, ourselves, our students, about the why behind whichever direction we end up with. Had been very interested in how well the middle school program was working, because I would be in more support of considering a storage option at the middle school. Just my personal opinion, at the high school, we need to be teaching our kids how to separate themselves from their phone. So then making the decision for them as 17, 18-year-olds that every day they have to lock it away. I mean, these kids go to work and they need to know how to be away from their phone. Like, what are we teaching them by they come into school and we have to lock them away because they can't control themselves, or we can't enforce our own policies? I think the better that it's being done consistently, the easier it will be for all of the teachers to support. But education of kids and families of why it's locked in a way, and not like we would have to move away from the current, like something's going to have to change at the high school anyway, because I think even the current thing of like putting it in those pockets, like it's going to be, I think, have to be more like the middle school. But if we're going to go more restrictive in this policy, I I don't know what that looks like from administrative procedures at a school level. Like, if we're going to be more restrictive, I think some of it needs to be at the board level, or it needs to be a very open process of what's happening at each school to ensure that there is that communication piece if they're going to be held to a stricter standard.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like if kids are coming to the high school from the middle school where they couldn't have their phone, I mean, the ninth graders, that'll be a pretty easy transition because it won't change. The 10th, 11th, and 12th graders, obviously, the further from middle school they are, the harder it will be. But it seems to me that over the next couple of years, it would just become
that's their norm.
That's the norm. Is you just don't have a phone on campus or in your possession while you're on campus. And I agree with you, Leanne. I'm the logistics of a mass group of kids trying to catch the bus and get their phone and then. Yeah, what are we teaching them? We're not teaching them stewardship. It's just punitive almost. So, yeah, I'm in favor of whatever's working at the middle school continues through the high school.
I did want to put an emphasis on what Leanne was talking about with the educational aspect of whatever plan we decide to go with. And I was looking through the list of notes that Mr. Francis got from the high school teachers and their feedback. And if you scroll down to the bottom of the section about what needs to be included in our plan, 2 bullet points, clear expectations and consistent follow-through for consequences, were 2 that really stuck out to me, because I think that most of the feedback that I hear from both students and staff is that the system that we have working right now is just so inconsistent between teacher to teacher, student to student, what student knows what about the plan. And like you said, like, why are we doing this? Some students know the importance, so their routine is they walk into class, they put their phone in. Some students, I don't want to put my phone up there. I don't understand why I have to put my phone up there. I'm just going to keep it. And some teachers facilitate that because they either forget about it or we don't go back to it. And I know that's been something that's come up a lot, but I do agree that with whatever plan we go with, it has to be clearly communicated to students and staff, and those educational opportunities have to be utilized because people need to understand why we're doing this and why we all sit here at 9:45 at night and talk about these plans, because obviously we're doing this for the students, and this is whatever plan we go with is what we feel like is best for the district. So I really think we need to channel in on that educational aspect. And Kim made a point about the transition from middle school to high school and how much that changes, and I think that is also super important to think about because personally coming in as a freshman, it was so odd because when I was a freshman, you could have your phones in class, on your desk, whatever. It was fine. And so that was such a huge change from middle school. And I was like, oh, this is a cool new opportunity. I get to be on my phone. And I honestly don't think that if I wasn't sitting here on this board, I would know why it's so important to not have my phone with me. And so I think that that's so important to clearly recognize those points so that not just Katie and I know why that's happening, but why everyone in our school districts from elementary school to the end of high school know why we're doing this.
And also to push on back, I completely agree with Caitlin, on the educational aspect, I would say that presently, I just coming off the policy meeting yesterday, I was just thinking about, I'm like, what am I missing that makes me feel uncomfortable to leave my phone? You know what I mean? Because I'm like, if I feel capable in my abilities to do, I don't know, to maneuver, think about it, make the right move in an emergency. But then I thought about it, and I just don't feel as though I'm completely locked in on what the plan should be, in response to an emergency. And that, because at first I was thinking, I'm like, well, there's no way that I don't know. But then I thought about it, I'm like, no, I really don't. I don't think that we genuinely spend enough time, hammering in on Alice system and this, because we do advisories and we do the bare minimum, if that makes sense. And I think that when placed in an emergent situation, everyone scrambled. Kids were literally jumping out of windows. You know what I mean? Kids were very uncomfortable and did not know what to do. And I think that we need to find a way to at least try to make it more second nature. Not only, I mean, we should have been doing that since the beginning, and we have been, but just hammering that in a little bit more. But to take kids' communication away and then still put them in that situation, we're really going to have to hammer in on like what these next steps are, if this, when that, this. You know what I mean? Because I don't think that is like fully there for me. And I really try to focus during those times when we have those types of presentations in that instructional period in advisory. So I think that, like, not to be this way, but like, do you feel a similar way?
I do. And I also think, like, on my point about, sorry, I'm not speaking into the microphone, I'm just yelling. The point that I was just talking about clear communication and those types of consequences. I mean, not consequences in this situation, but just a clear set of guidelines between students and staff are and community members is so important, because we need to understand all of the little bits and pieces that are going into this, and for kids to actually appreciate and understand why people spend hours planning advisory. Yeah. People spend hours planning why we do these ALICE trainings and why we do this. So I do agree with Katie on drilling that in if you're going to take away some kids' key aspects of communication in a situation like that.
Yeah, and just to piggyback on that, like even in that specific situation, there were kids who didn't even know what the Centegix program, like the little things were, because we never had that shown to us because of safety reasons. Like it makes sense why we weren't. But it's just that like not miscommunication, just like lack of communication, where if Caitlin and I, who are productive students and who listen to those presentations, aren't fully understanding what the next step should be, there potentially are more students who also don't understand that, potentially to a larger extent, which is just worrisome, because I was scared, she was scared, people were, like that. It's, in general, I think that if a communication system is going to be taken away, there needs to either be like another way to communicate, or just extreme education into what that system should look like if an emergency were to occur. Because I just feel like there needs to be even more if we're not going to be able to talk to each other. Like isolation, need a little bit more.
So well said, but I think you could make the argument that if you have phones or not, we should instill those practices that you
yes.
right? And
whatever plan we go with. Yeah,
and, I agree. And then, like, I mean, think about what you just did for what you're doing for graduation, and how like you're putting that much effort into rehearsing that. Like, there's definitely that. And then if we go with phones or not, like locked phones or not locked phones, I think we just need to educate more on the cell phones and the dangers of it. Almost like a version of DARE, how effective DARE was at our age. But that's like the level to which we're getting to. So.
Yeah, so to be clear, though, at the moment, it just says must be powered off and remain off and stored as determined by the building administrator. So, no pressure, Jeff and Carl Francis, but.
Yeah, I have to say, I do have a concern, and I know Mr. Francis has a concern that we're going to be on the receiving line of comments, wherever this goes. So I am a little concerned about that. However, I know that, it might be that it's just different than pre-K to 8, where we're really not probably going to make a change if that language stays and there's no storage component. I don't see pre-K through 8 changing much. The only thing that comes up at the elementary level is smart watches and stuff. But I think those can be monitored a little bit without doing any storage. I think we can do something with that.
Well, is that an education piece that?
It is, with parents and.
Yeah, they got to be turned off.
Yeah. But I think the high school is going to be the challenge, and if, and I'm not saying that the board shouldn't adopt the language, I'm not saying that at this point, but if it's left up to the building administrator, I think it will be fine pre-K to 8. I think it's going to be difficult at the 9-12 level to find any sort of happy medium, because I think there'll be a huge wide range of opinions. Yeah. You guys referenced it. There are parents that have safety concerns, and students. And I know our staff also has that, but they're also in favor of storage. So there's going to be I am a little worried about where this could end up without a little more clarity on that. And Carl and I probably just need to talk about it a little bit more too.
I mean, is what you're saying is you would prefer that the board have more oversight on what we expect to be happening? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know what I'm saying. I think
Because it's 10 o'clock, you mean?
I do think if there's a sentiment at the high school level that storage is a better approach, there might be some language in the policy that references that storage at the secondary level or at the high school level would be would be a better approach or a recommended approach or something like that. But again, I think we need to think this through a little bit more.
Can I ask a question? Yeah. Is there anybody at the board right now who would be really in favor of storage at the high school? Is that something they'd like to see in the board policy?
In the policy.
Central storage at the high school in the policy?
No.
No.
I'm in favor of it, but I'm not in favor of it being in the policy.
I would be in favor of off and away and teaching responsibility for this device that everyone lives their life with. I mean, I know I run my business with it. I have 3 different emails with it and learning parameters around it. My daughter graduated a year ago and she feels pretty passionately, as Katie mentioned, about this policy, and had no problem with the off and away. And she said, Mom, if something happens, I need to have my phone.
Yeah.
And I think if that is the case too with the board, you also have the option of writing that into the policy that it's off and away and that it's not necessarily determined by the building administrator. So it's off and away pre-K to 12, which makes it a little more clear. And I'm just going to lay my cards down a little bit. I've said this a couple of different times, but I am also in the off and away place. Just from my own standpoint, both of my children have been involved or in a school shooting, in proximity of a school shooting in 2 different places, both in a college environment. But they needed their cell phones, and I had access to them through their cell phone. I think as a parent, I get it. It's a college. It's not a high school, but high schools, we know what happens in high schools too. Sometimes all schools are vulnerable, unfortunately, in our country. And so I think for that reason alone, I think we should be teaching our students what to do. Just like Alice is supposed to transfer to a grocery store or a movie theater. It's not just supposed to be for schools. That's the whole point behind Alice, is if you're in a grocery store and something happens, you should, situational awareness, be able to figure out what am I supposed to do next, and figure that out. That's a critical skill that we're supposed to be teaching. And Alice is about, life. It's not just about what do you do in school. Agree with the cell phones. Life. How do you get away and untether yourself from this thing?
And to be clear, though, off and away is mandatory. It's just where the phone is stored. Right?
Absolutely.
Right now, storage as determined by building. So right now, the building administrator could say backpack, they could say locker, they could say central.
I don't know, if what we're currently doing is not working at pre-K to 8, I would be willing, as a board, to put stronger language in a storage option if I was hearing it wasn't working. I am not in favor of putting stronger language at the high school level around.
I mean, neither am I yet. But I would like to start with flexibility and see how things go. And
I don't know. How do others feel? If then we flexibility in the high school then said, okay, we're doing a central location, would we be okay with that as a board?
I would. I mean, Carl's got a pretty low cost experiment idea that he could do, and so if he said I wanted to do because most of the staff wants to do it, and if he wanted to have the central location idea and try it, I would support that. I'd be interested to see what that looks like and what the results would be from that from a high school level. But I am very concerned about doing that from the juniors and the seniors, given what I've seen at the college level and kids. I feel like we need to educate the kids around phones rather than just create it and look at it as this terrible thing to avoid or to be afraid of. And so I'm thoughtful about that. But if Carl and the staff want to do that, I would support that and just we monitor it.
Yeah, there's a lot of logistical things, obviously, if they move forward with it.
Yeah.
There's students that attend paths. There's junior and senior privileges. There are kids that get dismissed during the day for doctor's appointments or come in late. There's a lot of things that the high school would have to work out logistically that Carl, of course, is well aware of, that he'd have to work with the staff in order to make this work if they chose the storage option. It does put a lot on the high school, and I really do think the conversation's all about the high school. I think pre-K to 8, I think we're just continuing as we've been doing. I don't think there's an issue there unless the leadership team tells me something different, but I'm not hearing that from them. So,
Caitlin, are you going to be a senior mentor?
I am, yes.
Yeah. I'm wondering if during freshman orientation, if that would be an opportunity for, first of all, you as senior mentors to have a little bit of time to make sure that everybody, that all the senior mentors understand the policy. And then that's something, and again, if it's not different than how it was in 8th grade, it's not going to be a heavy lift for you. But to hear, for the freshmen to hear it from the senior mentors at orientation, it also kind of guarantees that there's a group of kids, right? These senior mentors who understand the policy because they've had this little bit of training.
That's a good idea.
So yeah, maybe you could
bring
that up.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to get a report back of how often away works at the high school. I think the logistics involved of, I saw the locker that Carl had, great. There's so many other things that I could see time being spent on rather than figuring out how to lock away phones, logistics.
I've seen it done in a number of schools, and it is operationally hard. And it really, it does impact the culture.
And what are we teaching?
And what are we teaching them? What have we, sorry.
No,
go ahead, Katie.
No, you got it.
Okay. You know, once this, if we do kind of a lock storage experiment, what about theft? What about somebody taking somebody else's phone? What about phones getting knocked? I just think, you know, it puts us in a little bit of a situation. And, you know, I wonder, you know, we always work on a reward system. And, you know, if you can get a Wilson wow for walking down the hall, you know, what can we do to get buy-in from the high school students?
Yeah. And then also, I think that no matter what, like, because Tim has brought up a bunch of times in policy just the fact that, like, this, if the like, storage system can potentially get super, you know, complicated, that can be a whole mess in itself. And I think that no matter what, that mess falls on someone. Like, someone is going to have to deal with, she has my phone, my phone's not in here, where did I put, you know, which boxes, you know, and like that, I have to leave now. Like, that's a whole thing. Are you sure you really have to leave now? You're not going to take your phone and then go back to class? Like, that's going to be a whole thing. It's going to fall on someone. Whereas it could just be really well pushed and universally enforced. Like, that could be an expectation of teachers, just that if you see a phone, maybe you see a phone and you know it's supposed to be off and away, that kid now has to put their phone in the storage thing that Mr. Francis has for 3 days.
That could be the, right?
Yeah. And then
I like that idea.
Yeah.
All right, so before we go to 11, so as written, it just says off and remain and stored as determined by the building administrator. So, Leanne, what I'm hearing from you is you're worried that Carl might actually go for the central storage location. But I think as a starting point, we need to back Carl and Jeff to put their heads together. They've heard everything we've said. And if they make a decision we don't like and it isn't working, we can change the policy. But, like, I don't want to start from a...
Totally.
I would rather start by backing our administrators to have done their due diligence and not to jump into something bad because they've heard everything we've said.
And I'll be honest, the only reason I'm saying that because I've heard, like...
well, there's concerns both...
just like, just tell us. Like,
yeah, there's
we don't
concerns both sides, but it's like, you know, we're...
Yeah.
I trust the school to go forth and implement something as a start.
Okay.
I appreciate the trust in us. I think the situation is that there's definitely conflicting perspectives on this topic about storage. I really do. And I think we don't want to be at odds, especially with the board on this topic. I'd rather have the board give us a little more direction, but I'm okay with if the board feels like that is your direction. I'm okay with that too.
That's why I'm
I just want to make that put that out there.
Was there anybody that like is adamant that storage needs to be in policy?
In
not in policy right now.
Well, no, but I mean, like, even the wording. Like, does anybody feel like it has to be in there? Or do we all kind of feel
I
like...
think it has to be in there according to the state.
The storage or the...
I think remain off. I think it powered off and remain off and stored. I think is.
But
I think the stored can be anywhere. Yeah, it can be a personal storing.
Yeah.
I don't think it means a
stored,
school.
Stored is determined. Yeah. Not centrally stored.
Right.
Stored as determined by the building administrator, which could be your backpack.
Yeah.
Right. Whatever that is.
Yeah.
Right.
Centrally stored is not required. It does have to be off, away, stored. The location of that storage.
Right. So I guess what I'm saying is that anybody here feel like central storage is the better option?
In policy, I'd be closer to saying no schools, no cell phones in school than I would say you have to, in policy, say put it in a central location. Like, I'd be more likely at this point to say that. But no, I'm not there.
I feel like baby steps are always best in my mind. You don't go to 100 and then come back
do you want
down.
us to put stored in backpacks in policy?
It doesn't have to be backpacks because
backpacks or lockers.
It's more like I think we just leave
Stored
it to
anywhere that's not
off and
centrally
away.
stored.
Anywhere
So,
that's not.
I know that off and away can be determined by
Powered off and remain off.
the school.
Every kid has to have a
And remain
backpack because they
stored.
don't use lockers.
Yeah, that was going to say, they
we
they
don't
carry
use lockers.
everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you have to.
Do you want us to take away as determined by the building administrator and just say powered off and remain off and stored?
And then they can determine the consequences if it's not.
Off and away. I mean, if that's where the board wants to be with this, then let's, I say set it off and away. I think otherwise, I think there's conflicting views. And if you're okay with the fact that there could be storage, central storage, if the board's okay with that, that could happen at the high school, for example. I'm not saying, I don't know the answer yet. We haven't talked it through enough. But you're leaving the door open.
I mean, if that's what Carl wants to do, I kind of back him as an administrator. I think is determined by the building administrator is inappropriate, and if that's the way Carl wants to run his school, I back him as the principal. That's where I'm at.
Start one way, and then it doesn't work. Then mid-year, go the other way.
I would rather.
I don't think that's worked
that,
well.
That won't work well.
Well, whatever. It's just it's flexible.
In this, I think we don't need flexibility. I think that
Our
we need
expectation.
decision.
I would agree with that, and because I also mentioned coming into high school, it being already such a drastic change for me from when I was coming into high school. I don't think that what students need is inconsistency. I think we need a plan, and we need to stick with it, and it needs to. I just think we need to work on it until we have something that we feel confident enough in, because I think that, like you said, Sarah, flexibility is just gonna create instability. So.
Already, flexibility has created instability.
Yeah.
By anyone who was flexible with the prior regulation.
Current. Yeah.
Or current.
Okay. Do you have enough, Jesse?
I mean, I've enough to. I would just leave it, but I can take away and stored as determined by the building administrator, so it's just powered off and remain off, and it's very vague. Whoever decides wants to decide. It's like Carl could still decide. But
you can't carry or wear it.
Yeah, we gotta meet the legal mandate, so it can be as amorphous as we want it to be. But I will go forth and make it more amorphous than it is.
I feel like that's when we talk, at least from my perspective, not being a policy, we usually go that direction, right? We leave openings for procedures, not policies.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. I'm not
My
telling Carl how to run his
request-
school. I'm not telling Jeff how to be a superintendent, really.
Yeah.
except
My
in the
request to
vaguest of
Jeff
terms.
is for him to figure out, he was like, I don't know what I'm talking about. I would look for our next policy meeting to think, because we've asked this in policy before, do you want us just to take away the choice? And I feel like if that is what you want us to do, take away the choice, I think that is very meaningful coming from you, because that's not that's a really rare thing. And I think we are more than willing to do that. And I think from the board lens, if that's what you want, like a clear direction, that changes the conversation a little bit.
I'm going to be honest with you. I actually do want you to do that.
Okay, so there you go.
done.
Okay.
And I know that I don't say those words very much, but I also know this could become a unintentional summer nightmare and trying to get back to school in the fall.
Second read, there will be a
So-
very clear thing in here.
Yep.
That you guys can respond to and vote yes or no on, or we can change.
That's really
the vote.
helpful.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for asking that question, because that is really what I wanted to, wanted to say.
Clear as
This
time.
next one's gonna go quicker.
Oh,
And again, maybe not.
The next balloon is gonna say the longest.
So we have a second first read policy. This one is GBEB, staff conduct with students. Just some tweaks. I'm gonna just point out one thing. In the third paragraph, we ran this by the teachers union, and they requested that we remove the words in red "and their children." What we were getting at here is that like staff members often work here and their kids go here, and so those kids may have friends with other kids, and so it's appropriate for that teacher to then be interacting with a student outside of school because it's the friend of their kid. But involving people's children in the policy is weird, and so we think we should just take that out because still staff members can have friends who have children who are also in the district, so it applies either way. So just removing those three words, they're not striked through, but that's a late breaking deletion that I would like to suggest. But other than that, everything else is.
Okay. That red text.
Yeah, that and their children, so that'll be struck through if everyone's fine with that. We'll be removing that. But yeah, otherwise some minor legal updates about, appropriate conduct.
Okay.
Again, if anyone has comments between now and the second read, we don't have to go through everything here. I'm happy to take comments and suggest changes or whatever at second or next meeting.
Okay. Thank you, Jesse. Any questions at this point? Okay. Tim, facilities.
Okay. We met 2 weeks ago and had a great presentation on the proposals for the playground. There is, I think the proposal is still in the central office. So if anyone wants to go by and kind of see the layout, I'm sure Scott, before you leave, will be happy to give you that tour, and so will Jeff. But we have some questions back to the design team about a couple things around some pricing and some options and stuff. So we're waiting on that. And then we plan to bring it back here for you guys to kind of review depending on some of those answers. But you guys will definitely see the plan. I was really impressed with it. There's diverse learning needs in there. There's a lot of like the accessibility was considered, and so outdoor play space, natural play space, there's a lot of options, but I think we've got some clarifying questions on budgeting and some other things. We meet this Friday to talk a little bit more about summer stuff and to talk, we've got a couple other things on the agenda, but and then we technically have a meeting at the end of the month as well that we will discuss whether or not we need it or not, given just how much we have on our plate. But it might not be necessary, so I'll bring that up with the team. But right now it's scheduled for like the 6/28, so we'll see how mean I am at the end of next meeting.
Are we revisiting heating and cooling on Friday?
Yes.
That okay? Cooling.
Always talking about cooling.
Okay. Thank you. All right, curriculum.
We had our last meeting on May 26th and heard an update on the CKLA implementation, which will be continuing next year as well, so I'm sure you all will be hearing more on that. And there are a few things that I'm sure I will share with whoever the next board leadership is once we know that, in terms of thoughts on, the committee might want to take up that we weren't quite able to finish, or that kind of thing next year. So,
thanks, Hanukkah. Kim, did you do your equity update?
I did.
And Megan, unfortunately, wasn't feeling well and not able to attend. So I don't know if there's anything. I know there's lots of things going on with communications and in general everything.
Beam ceremony is next week.
Yeah. We heard the committee update, so I think we're good there. Any other ad hoc reports? Anything else happening? All right, thank you for everyone's time tonight. I think we just need one more thing, unless.
I move that we adjourn.
Okay, motion to adjourn from Kim. Can I get a second?
Second.
All right, Sean, second. All in favor? All right, it's unanimous. So much for 9.